All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the top 8 of King Puff Cup 30. I am one of our casters for the top 8, Rush second, and I have with me Apples, who's joined me.
Hi, everybody.
All right. So, have you caught any of the action so far, Apples, with the group stage?
Man, I've been watching pretty much since the start this morning, and there's a lot of good players in the top 8. It should be really fun to watch.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Lots of names we've seen here before. Cat, of course, taking an undefeated win over everyone in the group stage. Mefisto's here. Greywolf, Video Gamer, JF. These are all really top tier names. Rhinoceros is Zenyu, so he's been around as well. The one sort of underdog in this whole top 8 looks like the Kelgaroth, which I believe has not gotten to top 8 before, though I think I've seen his name around and playing in tournaments before, so still
Yeah,
a great breakthrough for him getting into this top 8, and we'll see how well he does in the rest of this tournament.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he does in the top 8. I haven't seen him in top 8 before either, I think, so it's really nice to see a little bit of a fresh face making it to the end.
Yeah. So, the first match that we have is Cat versus Rhinoceros, or Zenyu, as he's known in some circles. He looks like he's just Rhinoceros on Discord, but Zenyu on Steam, something like that. Anyway,
Yeah.
and I've spectated him, so if you want to spectate Cat, you can do that.
Yep.
All right. So, um, looking at their deck lists, I mean, Cat bringing a lot of his usual style with 3 masters, all with Divine Warrior and a lot of really like bridge control-y things. Just Fire Imp Divine Warrior in 3 of his decks. That's just a ridiculous combo that he constantly uses to beat back any ground defense.
Yeah,
What do you?
it's just such a strong combo for controlling like large pushes. The Divine Warrior really shuts down big pushes, especially with the Fire Imp clear, which is really versatile because it's good at like the big units, but it's also really good against swarms since it's got the AoE. Not really surprised to see the 3 Divine Warrior deck. It's really Cat, you know. He just really likes to play things like that so he can control the bridges really well and get that XP advantage.
Yep, he likes to win by just defending and holding bridges until he has Mana Frenzy. So we're gonna have to take a look at what Rhinoceros or Zenyu can do about this. He's got a Millowing deck with a Swarmer Totem, which actually kind of works well against what Cat's doing. If Cat doesn't constantly play minions to defend against that the pressure going down both lanes from the swarmers, then Cat doesn't really he has to either constantly spend mana or he doesn't get both bridges. It's going to be a hard balance for Cat to make there.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I actually was talking to Zenyu about it a little bit. He really likes the Swarmer Totem, and he has a pretty cool way of playing it. So, I agree. It'll probably work well against Cat's style because Cat's so focused on taking the bridges and controlling them. As a side note, Zenyu's decks actually don't have legendary cards in them at all. He mentioned that to me the other day too. He wanted to show the community, especially newer players, that you don't need legendaries and supremes and stuff like that to win. You can just win off of good play. So it's really cool to see that he could break the top 8 with, you know, the simple cards.
Yeah, that is good to see. I mean, to be fair, Cat doesn't have that many legend. Well, I guess he's using Gruul, the Swarmer King. So I take it back. Cat is using legendaries, but yeah, Rhinoceros showing that just with commons and uncommons, you can get a lot done, or commons and rares, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, Rhinoceros himself also has quite a few Divine Warriors as well. And Fire Imps, and a Fireball to try and counter the fire imps as well.
Yeah.
So, oh, we have their bans. Cat has banned the Mordar away from Rhinoceros, and Rhinoceros has banned Cat's Stormbringer. So,
Yeah. I wasn't sure which deck Cat would want to ban here. Getting rid of the Mordar seems pretty good though for him.
yeah, well, I'm looking at Mordor deck. It's just like the most dangerous thing it can res is that Cleaver. And I'm not sure why Cat was scared of that. I guess he was just scared and having like good reses in general. Like even just fire reses could have messed with him. And I think Cat like he wants to ban away like the really value masters, but I just have to wonder if like that was better than banning King Puff or something.
Yeah.
Or the Milloween.
I think it's okay. The Milloween doesn't have a lot of the normal cards you'd see in it. It doesn't have the Clear Skies or the Bridge Shrines, so maybe he thinks he can deal with it a little bit easier than the Clear Skies Milla that's so popular lately.
Yeah, and then on the other side, Rhinoceros bans Cat's Stormbringer, which is also kind of strange to me, because I don't think Stormbringer's like feels like it's going to be especially effective against what Rhinoceros is bringing. Like Rhinoceros has a lot of Divine Warriors that can soak up a lot of these ranged shots. So maybe he's just more worried about like the extra range. Like, and the extra range on Fire Imp especially from Cat is like really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, that can be a really powerful advantage.
And that said, that's also Cat's single deck with a Bannerman in it. And Zenyu does have quite a few spells. Like, in his King Puff, he's got Daggerfall. Same with his Mordar. And his Stormbringer has a Fireball. And I think Rhinoceros did not want those spells to be blocked by a Bannerman. Oh, we are in game. Somehow I didn't get in. Okay, I'm gonna get in now.
I have to restart my client really quick. It did not actually spectate.
That's really interesting. Yeah, mine did not. Okay, I'm in the game though, so I'm gonna cast right here. So Cat playing with a blue golem that now Zenyu is sort of holding back with his Fire Imp. It gets fireballed. And now this is kind of dangerous moment for Zenyu. He plays a wow. He's got a bounty sniper in his deck and just barely did not get the experience from that shot. Although Cat on the other hand just barely did not res that blue golem. That was so close. The blue golem died like right before the tombstone was active. Yeah, that bounty sniper didn't get a whole lot done though. You see it just dies to a succubus just right there. But so far in the state of this game, it looks like Zenyu's doing all right. He's a bit behind in experience and a bit behind in health, but I'm sure he's hoping that at perk 2 he's going to be able to turn this game on its head. Right now his hand is a bit clunky though. He's got a hand basically just Illusory Cleaver and a bunch of spells. Can't really deal with that Zhao Long until it gets to his face. Very nice swap though. I kind of wanted to play his Flightless Dragons there instead of that Sniper though, because that would have dealt with that stunned blue golem extremely efficiently. Now it's still alive and he still have to play yet another card to deal with it. It needs to deal with it soon because these totems are coming back up. No, he's gonna be too late. Yeah, that blue golem surviving is huge. Now he can't avoid the res, although one of the tombstone did go down. It's still gonna res the blue golem here.
Alright, I'm back in the game.
Alright. Glad to have you. Cat, Zenyu now has to deal with this resed blue golem. And also this Harbinger that's coming in as well, and Zenyu just have a few options. He is King Puff, and he just hit perk 2, so he has shields on his minions, so it's not going to be too hard to distract this the Harbinger for a very long time.
It'll be really good against the Harbinger to block a couple of those shots since it attacks slowly.
Yeah.
It looks like with the Tombstone up, he's... Oh. Looks like he's maybe going to get a Harbinger res here.
Yeah, and Zenyu tried to Shock Rock in time, but it was too late. That
Just
feels
a little
real
slow
bad,
on that
just using
Shock
that 2 mana to try and do something, and then it ended up basically getting nothing done.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
He does have 2 shielded minions here to try and defend himself, so...
And Cat gets a Strat Tank for the res. The Divine's gonna stall this push and top from the Blue Golem, though.
Yeah, Cat's
especially with the
certainly wishing with all his heart that he was able to fireball these top lane minions, but no, he cannot. He can deal with the Bounty Sniper bot lane, though, if he wants to.
Bounty Sniper's gonna take out the Xiao, and that's a little more experience. Zenyu's still behind, going into perk 3 for Cat really soon.
Yeah, this is still a very, very difficult game for Zenyu at the moment.
And with both Tombstones up, it's almost a guarantee Cat's gonna get another really good res here.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be happy with a Scrat Tank.
A Succubus to that list with Frenzy, too. That's gonna be really
At least
strong.
it wasn't a Harbinger. And, wow, he actually dealt with that Succubus really fast.
That Shock Rock was really good.
Alright, so now he's swapped stuff to top lane. Just look at that Blue Golem melt, like... Man, Blue Golem, only good in Mordor if it gets res. Otherwise, that happens all the time.
The Fireball to clear out that Drone Walker, just to protect the Harbinger. Both Tombstones up again, too, so this is
just so hard to deal with. Like, Zenyu needs to, like, constantly be aware of, like, what the weakest minion Cat has at the time, and make sure those die first before things like Harbinger or Blue Golem.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Cat's just so good at making sure he doesn't play those junk reses when the Tombstones are ready, too. So he's consistently getting value.
Zenyu has just been doing a really good job to make sure he can manage these reses as well. It's just that, due to the little mistakes he's been making over time, just Cat has still managed to hold on to the experience lead just ever so slightly. Although Zenyu has pretty good control over the bridges right now. So if he can keep this up, then he can come back in this game. Like, he's catching up on experience pretty quickly here.
Oh, the Tombstone to res the Succubus again.
And it's not going to do much. It's probably just going to die to this Fire Imp.
No, yeah, it looks like...
Oh no, everything got swapped away. Okay. But...
He wanted to swap to protect the Fire Imp there. So he didn't break the shield. But the Mordor attack's going to break it, and he can get a really good valued Fireball there.
Alright, so I wonder if Cat's gonna, like, try and float mana. No, he plays his Xiaolong bot lane. Zenyu's gonna want to kill that first before anything else. He even Shock Rocks the Tombstone. I don't agree with that. It might actually, like, come back up and res something even more dangerous than that Xiao.
Yeah, he might actually get a really good res out of that now. It's just... Oh, no, it's a whelp.
It was a whelp, so I guess it worked out for Zenyu.
The Bounty Snipers are actually really building up experience here, and Zenyu's taking a big XP lead.
I didn't even notice. Suddenly Zenyu was like way ahead in experience and is about to hit Mana Frenzy. These Bounty Snipers have been amazing for him.
If he can roll some shields on them going into Mana Frenzy, he has a really, really huge lead right now. He's up 20 experience. This is actually really bad for
Cat now, because, like... If he just plays Bounty Snipers whenever he can and they get kills, that's all those kills are going to turn into 2 mana. And there he just floated mana. He's just got a sudden burst of extra energy from this Sniper getting killed.
That's 2 more kills from that Bounty Sniper. It's building up the mana so well.
Cat can't kill it because he needs to make like they need to be not shielded for him to do anything about this.
And with that huge Mana Frenzy lead, when he hit it so far ahead, it's just so hard to take the bridges back with this Mordor list.
Yeah, he's gonna have to, like, try and somehow stall until he can get, like, 3 Harbingers on Cat's side of the field, all shooting down at once, but he's not going to last that long at this rate.
No, it definitely doesn't look like he's gonna make it that far. This is a big push coming in, and I don't think he has the tools to deal with it.
Wow, Zenyu with the comeback win. The bounty sniper
so
ended up winning him the game. And I mean, it always had that potential, especially at King Puff when it can get a shield. But Zenyu's showing that like that buff a while ago to getting like 2 experience per kill, like really helps it in situations like that where you just suddenly you just surge ahead in experience right at the end.
Yeah, and going into Mana Frenzy, it's actually such a powerful card because every kill, every hit is so much mana, and it builds up a lot faster than something even like Bridge Shrine.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a Bridge Shrine, except it also damages enemy minions by shooting them. So yeah, definitely a very worthy card there. So that's Cat's Mordar down. He's just got his Volko and King Puff left. So I wonder. I mean, both would be pretty good. His King Puff has shields to sort of block the sniper hits, things like that.
I'm not
okay,
sure. Oh, here we go.
We're gonna see what Cat chooses. He might also go to his Volko just to try and burn Zenyu to death. Yeah, and he does. So here is his Volko going to try and just win the game before Zenyu can do his bounty sniper mana frenzy shenanigans again.
It works against XP shrines, so it might work against the bounty sniper here too.
Yeah, although it's gonna be tough to close out the game once if Zenyu hits perk 3. Gets that golden shield. Oh, that Dragon Whelp top lane is actually really annoying for Zenyu. He doesn't have much to deal with it, except just letting it go face, I guess.
And that looks exactly like what he's gonna do.
Yeah. It's just he'd rather avoid taking any damage. That 100 damage might matter in the end. We'll have to see.
And quick daggerfall to get rid of the bounty sniper.
Yeah, now the thing is, Cat has a much better removal tool for those snipers now because daggerfall costs 3 mana and also kills the bounty snipers, so much more.
Yeah, it's a really good card against it. But once it hits perk 2, the shields, if you get shields on the bounty sniper, it'll be really frustrating to deal with because it's such a ranged unit, it stays back, and if it has the shield, you can't just daggerfall it.
Yeah. Yeah, Zenyu needs to like pay attention here. He really should not be playing as bounty sniper until he hits perk 2. It's just gonna get trade for Cat's 3 mana spell. He doesn't want to waste mana like that.
Especially against the Volko, who's going to try to burn him out early. Every last mana makes a huge difference.
Yeah, again, he was hovering over the bounty sniper, trying to play it, and then he remembered. Okay, now he can play it because Cat just used his daggerfall. Although he opts for the Fire Imp versus Fire Imp instead. Yeah, maybe an option to Shock Rock there, but
the bridge.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of holding down that bottom bridge. And he's quite a bit ahead in experience. He's about to hit perk 2 now.
And there's the bounty sniper to get a little bit of experience. And Cat hasn't got back to the daggers yet. But it is right out in the open, so it'll go down quick.
Yeah. That Morgul is really good at holding that bridge, just staving off everything there, just letting Cat throw more fireballs. Although he's not, at the moment, he's not really on pace to kill Zenyu before Zenyu hits Mana Frenzy, so he definitely needs to do better than he's doing at the moment.
And he's actually down in XP early here compared to last game where it was kind of a comeback. Unfortunately for Zenyu, he didn't get the shield on the bounty sniper there, so it's a quick dagger to get it out.
And he let the Fire Imp hit him, which is really big. Definitely not what Zenyu wants to see. He hits some Fire Imps when he doesn't have to. So, okay, Zenyu's warrior is staying on that bridge, which is pretty big. Doesn't want to take any extra fireball damage that he can.
Yeah,
And
he really
again,
needs
as
to
soon as that warrior goes
too.
down, you play something else that can immediately step onto the bridge. It's making sure he doesn't take any additional damage from that.
Yeah. Volca basic attack's gonna make really short work of the spear throwers, so Cat's just gonna let that hit his face.
Oh, Zenyu getting a bit unlucky with his bounty sniper. He wants it to have shields, not rampage, because otherwise it's gonna just die to this daggerfall, and it's not gonna get anything done. I mean, he's still playing it just because like it'll cycle back into his hand eventually, and maybe get a shield then. But it hurts to like have to play it, and then just lose it for 3 mana from the opponent. So Zenyu now down low. He did just hit perk 3.
That's really big for him because you can see his health is starting to dip lower and lower. The afterburner
this is gonna
really
be
kicking
a tough
in.
game to hold on though. Like that bottom bridge is extremely important right now. He does swap, but now the mark is top lane, so now he needs to get the top bridge. Although in his case, like
Sniper rolled rage again instead of shield. That's gonna be really frustrating.
It is at least getting a few shots off before Cat can cycle around to Daggerfall. So it's still getting something done.
And now that he has the mark on the top bridge, it's a little bit easier for him because Cat has to split his focus and take the bot for the mark, but also take top so he can deal damage.
Well, Zenyu can get either one technically. Well, now with the bridge drop again, now it's all about the bottom bridge, and now Cat has it, which is really bad for Zenyu, and he's gonna
start doing
rampage
deeper cards too, and get a little bit of burn damage in.
Just. You have to wonder if he got shield on that bounty sniper just once, maybe this game would be looking different here.
And there's the bridge again. And this is going to start hitting really quick. It looks like Cat's just going to burn him out.
And Gruul kills him right before he could get the top bridge back and get his shield. Oh, so he couldn't quite do it. He's just sort of couldn't hold on against all of the threats that Cat was putting out.
Yeah, Cat did a really good job of making sure that he got that bridge and just slowly chipping away with Afterburner.
All right.
Unfortunately, he also didn't get the shield on the bounty sniper at all, and that's got to be frustrating.
Not once. Yeah, very frustrating. Although, to be fair, I'm not sure how much of an effect it would have made. But I'm sure it would have been a lot easier to at least play it and hold on to against all of the small minions that Cat was playing.
And we're going into the next game. And Zenyu's playing his Stormbringer deck now against the Volca.
Yeah, with very interesting cards in it. He's got shielded crossbow dudes, which is not usually seen. It's doesn't have a whole lot of damage for how much they cost. As well as the armored scratch, which are pretty good, like 3 mana split minions, but they're kind of flimsy against a lot of AoE damage, and they tend to be kind of slow. Like they're not dealing that well with these plasma marines, for example.
Yeah.
He's also got a magma turret as well. This is
it's a really interesting list.
Not really seen this kind of thing before played in a tournament. We'll have to see what it does. Right now he's taking a lot of damage from this Dragon Whelp. He needs to play something else to deal with that. He could like cycle to his propeller scrats and use those, but no, he's just still ignoring it.
He used them on the bottom bridge. He just lets the Stormbringer autos take him down.
He ended up taking like 600 damage from that Whelp.
And that is not what you want to do against this Volca. He doesn't get the trick on the bot to push the Divine into the bridge either, so Cat's still going to get a little burn here.
He needed to play that like wedged against Cat's Warrior to sort of push his own Divine Warrior onto the bridge, but didn't do that. He also has some mana puff in this deck. Well, the thing is, we're already sort of seeing how this deck is faring not very well. Like, he's behind in experience a little bit and already down to half health, just like not even 2 minutes into this game.
Yeah,
So
he's
he's
taking
falling
so
fairly
much
rapidly
damage.
here.
And Cat's just gonna keep holding that mark, and at 1100 health, this game is really on a timer for Zenyu.
Cat just sort of saving up and waiting until, yeah, you can just play a burst of minions to capture bridges and then start pushing back and holding them. And I mean, this
The mana buff to take bot, but it's
in
just
normal
gonna
circumstances, this magma turret would be pretty good for defending against damage, but not against Volko. He doesn't take a bridge, so Zenyu needs to play extra minions just to make sure that he has the bridges back.
I feel bolstered already.
Coming into perk 2, the Magma Cannon will be a little bit stronger now, but he's still on a timer with the Volko burn, so... And you can see it right there, just with a few cards, and it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Zenyu needs to stop this fire up somehow. Is this Divine Warrior going to be in time? No, it's not. That's really bad for him.
The Fire Imp gets the hit on face, and that's a large chunk of damage again.
He's just trying to do whatever he can. This magma turret, it's just like, it can kill a lot of minions, but it doesn't matter. It's the bridges that matter at this point.
Yeah, at under 600 health, Zenyu is just 10 cards away while Cat's holding the bridge from death. And it's not going to make it very... The game's going to be over pretty soon at this rate. Like, Cat's just not going to give up the bridge. The Magma Cannon can't take it.
Just, you can see these armor scrats just kind of helpless against Gruul, as well as just other small minions. And now Cat's holding down that bottom bridge with a Divine Warrior. So
and we're about to see the burn. He has daggers in hand.
Oh, Zenyu does take it back with propellers. So Cat just like still just playing very conservatively. He knows this is his game to lose. That as long as he just plays very carefully and doesn't take any risks, he has it.
And there it is.
Alright, so this Volko really putting in work for Cat. Rhinoceros now down to just his Milloween, I believe.
Yeah, his final deck's going to be the Milloween. I'm not sure how it's going to do against Cat's Volko, though.
Yeah, it doesn't have clear skies. It is very fast cycle. It's just... It has things like a wall in it, which, like, a wall is not going to really help that much here against a Volko who's just going to be flinging bolts at you. But we'll just have to see. Zenyu has a few options to start. Both players just sort of waiting to see what the other person does. Zenyu's spending a lot of mana, like with the Shock Rock, the Scrats at top lane, just to take that bridge versus that stint. It looks like he's still got things mostly under control here, and now he's played his first Swarmer Totem.
Have to see how much value he can get out of the Swarmer Totem and how it helps him hold the bridge.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty key for him to play that Swarmer Totem in the lane where the marked bridge is. And unfortunately for him, the mark went bot lane, which is the opposite of what he wanted here. And Cat's still managing to take the top bridge as well against these swarmers that are coming out.
And there's the wall, but wall doesn't take bridges, and
it does sort of hold the Fire Imp away for a time. So
and there's
a pretty good job there.
The Golem gonna start moving down top with the Swarmer Totem, which is about to expire.
Yeah, Zenyu does have another one. And it's very smart. He plays it bot lane so that Cat's gonna have a lot of trouble keeping that mark. So Cat already has a bit of an experience advantage here.
And without the staple card for Milloween without the Clear Skies. The Volko perk 1 is going to start burning away at Zenyu whenever you can hold that bridge. So the Swarmer Totem is going to be really important.
Very good play from Zenyu to like distract that Fire Imp and then kill it with the Plasma Marine. Sort of its weakness is just if you can control what the Fire Imp is shooting at, then it doesn't get a whole lot done. But so good defensively.
It's a nice Fire Imp from Zenyu too to clear up those Spear Throwers and the Stint.
Yeah, and it looks like Zenyu is catching up a little bit on experience. He's going to defend this Fire Imp as well, although Cat, I think, can Daggerfall to kill it. Yeah, I think that just barely killed it.
And there's another Swarmer Totem in bot. He didn't even wait for the first one to expire, so it's a little further up.
That's fine. I'm pretty sure he can defend it from there as well. And Cat having to burn the bridges just to deal with one wave of these Swarmers. That's actually really good for Zenyu, giving him sort of an opening to break through for a time here. Although he's not taking advantage of it yet. He is trying to just build up mana, making sure that this Fire Imp can get closer so he can deal with it more effectively on his side of the field.
Cat's just slowly chipping away. The Fire Imp dealing with the Swarmers in bot pretty well.
And another Swarmer Totem comes down. He is just... he's taking damage just still a little bit faster than he'd want to, though.
Yeah, he's under half health now, which is a little bit dangerous.
Very nice block from Cat. Cat knows that Zenyu has that arcane missiles ready and is going to be aiming at that Fire Imp, so he had his Divine Warrior ready in response to just tank up the shots. So Zenyu needs to be careful about that from now on, that if he hasn't seen Cat play Divine Warrior in a while, he needs to know that there's always the possibility it can get blocked by something.
And you can just see every time Cat cycles back to that Fire Imp, he plays it in bot, or has so far, and tries to counteract the totem. And every time he does that, he just gets a little bit of damage out of that perk 1. And with the XP lead and the health lead, he's keeping a pretty good grip on the game.
Look at the positioning of the Warrior and the Fire Imp again, just right in the path of where the Arcane Missiles would go if they wanted to hit that Fire Imp.
And
he's just trying to fight back against this combo of Divine Warrior and Fire Imp. It's just so difficult, though, to constantly deal with it.
And Cat gets the Morgrel off in time to stop the Golem from moving onto the bridge, so he's just getting a lot of damage right now.
It's just, yeah, the Swarmer Totem, it's helping a bit, but you have to wonder, is it helping 5 mana worth? It doesn't seem like it's just holding its own well enough. Like, Cat's minions can just sort of deal with the Swarmers without taking damage in response.
And it looks like that's going to be it.
That looks like
going
it's
into
about
this.
to
He's
do it.
gonna
I don't
start
think Zenyu
burning
has
him.
time to do anything else. He's just going to die. There it goes.
Yeah, there's the burn, and it's done.
So Zenyu taking the first game of that set, but then losing 3 games in a row to Cat, and Cat advances on to the semifinals then. So good try from Zenyu. He did really well to get this far and did well against Cat as well.
Yeah, taking that first game was really well done by him.
All right. So, good game to both of these competitors. And it looks like we're going to be moving on to the next game of the top 8 soon, which is going to be Greywolf versus Mefisto. And we'll have to see, let's see. I'll spectate Greywolf, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll spectate Mefisto.
Okay.
And here's hoping for no bugs this time.
Okay. So I have to take a look at deck lists are over here. So yeah, I saw a little bit of both players playing in the group stage. Both Both of them doing pretty well. Greywolf, of course, bringing some very interesting strategies with his decks.
Yeah, couple things a little bit different than most people run. Something it's nice though, you know, it's a little diversity.
And in the meantime, Mefisto having a lot of once bitten in his decks, and he's been using that a lot in the tournaments I've seen. That he'd play Screaming Scrat and then immediately once bitten. So it's like a 3-mana, gets a 3-mana werewolf pretty reliably. And it has the additional advantage of just cycling through your deck a little bit faster as well, since it's 2 cards to do that.
And you can see Mefisto has a lot of low mana curve decks, with the exception of the KP, which of course has a lot of those staple 4-drops in it.
Yeah, staple 4-drops, but also the Empowered Soul Stealer is a 7-drop, which is a bit unusual for King Puff, but probably a very, you can say it's like a targeted tech choice, where he wants to deal with like a bunch of like medium to small minions that some players like Cat tend to bring to try and control bridges, and Empowered Soul Stealer can be very, very good at punishing that by killing them all, getting a huge amount of stacks, and then going in for tons of face damage before the opponent can deal with it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Greywolf's side, he's got an RNG APEP with the Future Present, sort of an old favorite among many. Just try and roll the dice, get much value as you can, and just cycle fast to go through it.
If you get a good grab off of that Future Present, it can really win you the game. I know earlier he was playing against Gamer in the Swiss, and he actually got a Grenadier from it, and he also got Grenadier from APEP Perk 1 when Gamer was playing Ratbow. And if you get a really good grab like that, you can just overpower so easily with the value.
2 free cards, and you can just cycle super fast with just 3 1-mana cards, and the Propeller Scrats and other small minions like that. Wow, that's gonna just be really, really hard to deal with. He's also got a Volko with Bat Swarm, and no, not Bat Swarm. It's just another bat.
Yeah, it's just a really low curve.
A low cost deck, and it includes Combustion. I guess his idea is
he also has the Magma Cannon in that Volko list.
Yeah, that's always really confusing for me. Like, you don't really want a defensive card that doesn't take bridges in Volko, but I guess it's just to try and like defend more against air. Like it's sort of a card that if you really need to, if like a Soul Stealer is coming toward you, you can play that to try and fend it off, because nothing else really will in that deck, at least.
Yeah. He might be looking to play it just behind the bridge and then have the cheap cards going across the bridge to stop things right on the other side while the cannon deals with them.
Yeah, I mean, and if you play it right on the bridge, then it does like minions with 8 range, like Plasma Marines, will stop, and before going on the bridge, they'll start shooting at the Magma Cannon, and the Magma Cannon will shoot back and kill them. So it can sort of stop the opponent from taking bridges with a lot of minions. But yeah, Combustion in that deck as well, which is really interesting to me. I guess the idea is like you play Divine Warrior, and if it gets swarmed by a bunch of small stuff, you can combust the Divine Warrior and it kills them all.
Yeah, I definitely think that Volko list is the most interesting one.
It's probably the most powerful one as well, if I had to guess. Just cycling really fast, and well, maybe powerful is the wrong word. Just because even though it has a lot of very fast cycle decks, none of its minions are very strong by themselves, and not really capable of holding bridges for a very long time. Besides the Divine Warrior itself, but there's nothing really powerful to back up that Divine Warrior.
We're getting bans now. Mefisto actually bans the Volko list.
Yeah, so Greywolf has banned Stormbringer, Mefisto has banned Volko. So yeah, no Volko then from Greywolf. Mefisto doesn't want to deal with all the firebolts coming in. I guess he saw the last match. He realizes the potential of Volko, what Cat can do with it.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to deal with the afterburner procs. And then the ban on the Stormbringer.
It might just be a ban against Mefisto personally. Just Mefisto's known for playing Stormbringer very, very well, and just somehow does really, really crazy things with it. Just like even value decks like King Puff or Mordar somehow can't deal with Mefisto Stormbringer. Even though like Mefisto, that deck in particular, doesn't have a whole lot of range, it doesn't seem like it would synergize that well with Stormbringer. So all right, so the game looks like it's going to be starting soon.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting very soon.
Who's going to bring what? I expect the APEP from Greywolf right out the bat. Just to
yeah, you gotta roll your hand early.
Don't want to rely on that as your last deck.
Yeah, you don't want to have to be in a corner and have your best bet be a good card from Future Present. So I wouldn't be surprised if he opens up with that just to try his hand at it. Loading into the game now.
Yep. We'll have to see. Looks like it's a Milloween Mirror. So, two decks that we haven't talked a whole lot about. Greywolf has a Bridge Shrine in his deck, and also a Living Statue. That's a very interesting combo. Like, you don't typically think to put those two together, because they sort of achieve opposite ends, basically. But maybe he's just going to try to use that Living Statue just like as a moving wall to just soak a lot of damage. Luckily for him, Mefisto doesn't have like a Curse Bear or anything, but he does have these Blood Imps, which is also extremely interesting in Milloween.
Really different card. Don't normally see that in the Milloween. And we see an early XP lead from Greywolf off of the XP Shrine, the Bridge Shrine.
Yeah, although this Werewolf coming in is going to be a bit of a trouble for him. Going to do quite a bit of damage.
And there's a second Bridge Shrine from Greywolf.
Yeah, Greywolf still, like, cycles very, very fast. Already getting another Bridge Shrine here. We'll see if Mefisto has a way to punish this. I don't think, Greywolf does Shock Rock that healing Puff bot lane to make sure that there's no... Mefisto doesn't get to play Blood Imps for free by having way too much health.
Yeah.
And again, Greywolf sort of up against the ropes here.
Yeah, this is a really big push coming in from
Mefisto with all this stuff, but he doesn't have a whole lot of mana to deal with it. And you can sort of thank Bridge Shrine for that, although maybe thanks to the wrong word.
And the thing is, even with the Bridge Shrine, as long as Mefisto holds both of the bridges like this, it's not going to be a very large lead.
Oh, and Greywolf, he wanted that. Oh, very good play, though, from Greywolf to play that Screaming Scratch to sort of draw the Werewolf toward his Arcane Golem. That was very, very heads up there. Alright. So, Greywolf trying to fireball the Blood Imps to get extra damage on Mefisto, but that's really not what he needs right now. He needs to, like, hold on to his mana, and that one Bridge Shrine that he played there might actually end up killing him, because now that's 4 mana less that he has to deal with this next push coming in, and we saw how much damage he took from the previous one. This one, like, is already a werewolf on his face.
Take out the healing Puff, but he's just taking so much damage.
He's just fallen behind on tempo so much. It looks like he is going to barely hold on here.
It's going to be really hard for him to stabilize, though. He doesn't actually have some of the healing cards, even the healing Puff, like we see in Mefisto's deck. So at 300 health, just over 300 health there, he's in danger of just having spells kind of thrown at him. And
yeah, even this elite Swarmer that's attacking him in the face is not damage he can afford to take right now.
And that's a Golem and Crystal Archer coming in on the top lane, and he's really focusing on trying to get bottom.
Yeah, but we can see, like,
But-
it's not very good in Milloween. These golems can't keep up and protect the living statue as all of Mephisto's minions wail on it.
And all the while, Mephisto's getting help off of that healing puff.
Yeah, just Mephisto, every time he's played Blood Imps so far, it's basically been for free. He's never had to worry about his health at all. It's just
Good
been,
block
yeah,
on the
all
arcade
Mephisto. And
switch
now,
back.
finally, Greywolf, now not playing his Bridge Shrine anymore, but, like, having a dead card in your hand is also bad. Like, it gives you
And
less options. It's harder to take the actual bridges back here.
And on top of that, being under 300 health, you can see even just a moment ago, Mephisto threw the Shock Rock just for a little damage on the stint and for damage on the face. And if Greywolf doesn't have something to block the missiles consistently, it's going to be over for him.
There it is. So Mephisto proving to have the much more solid Milloween there. Just Greywolf couldn't really get anything done against any of that, really. I mean, just very extremely fast cycling from Mephisto with very powerful cards as well.
Yeah,
Of
really
course,
getting
Blood
the
Imps
golems out.
technically costing less than Scrap Pack does while doing quite a bit more than Scrap Pack.
Excuse me.
having lots of-
Especially with the healing puff, getting some value in there too.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Greywolf was a bit too worried about the healing puff, though. I mean, I know it's bad for a Blood Imp player to be constantly getting health, but like even if the Blood Imps can be played for free constantly, it's not the end of the world. It's more important to make sure that you are stabilized and can keep yourself alive and keep your head ahead in experience.
Yeah, he took a
And
lot
maybe-
of damage using spells to deal with that healing puff, and
Yeah, maybe using his Shock Rock a bit more tactically would have helped him control the fights a bit better. Okay, now he's got his APEP though. And
Yeah,
already a
good
good start for
APEP.
him. He started with Future Present in his hand. Exactly what he wants. He wants to get that rolling right away.
he has to roll the dice and hope it comes out good, that's all.
Yep, and he's gonna play it now. And he got 2 mana Flightless Dragons. That's pretty good.
That is a
I'm surprised
pretty
he didn't
good
play it
card.
right away, so he can start cycling to it as much as possible. Because, like, there's nothing Mephisto has that could deal with them mana efficiently here. Again, he's playing other cards than the Flightless Dragons. Okay, finally he does it, but like it feels bad to see that because anytime like you are to play a card that isn't your discounted stuff, it means you're like delaying drawing that discarded card again the next time you cycle through your deck. So
Yeah.
I kind of feel like you want to just cycle, like play them as much as you can every time you get it available. And now Greywolf got his free card from APEP, which is a free Once Bitten. So
And we see a lot of Once Bitten in Mephisto's decks, so maybe that's a good grab for him.
maybe he's gonna have to find a good target to use it on. Probably not his. No, he actually does play it on his Defenso Chopper. So at half health, that Defenso Chopper will turn into a werewolf.
The good thing for Greywolf here is once he hits perk 2, he will have a way to deal with some of this damage, and he can probably mitigate it a little bit better than he did in the Milloween Mirror matchup.
Yeah, and indeed, like this game is basically a reversal of the last game, where now Greywolf is the one putting on the pressure here and already ahead in experience as well. Just have to try and deal with these minions bot lane as well, though. It looks like he's just gonna take that Elite Swarmer to the face. Very questionable Shock Rock from Mefisto on the bot lane there.
Greywolf uses that Once Bitten to get a werewolf out of his Defenso Chopper,
Yeah,
but the Divine Warrior is
sure
really
that
just going to stop that.
I'm not sure that was correct. I'm like, is like a full health werewolf really that much better than a half health Defenso Chopper? I mean, it is a free card technically. Like it didn't cost Greywolf any mana, but you'd prefer to like try and use it on something else. It's just that's sort of the difficulty with Greywolf's deck right now. He doesn't really have a good other target to use once bitten on. Maybe like a Plasma Marine, but
He's
that's
taking a
risky.
good bit of damage from that
He
werewolf
could
on
die
his
in one
face.
shot. And now Greywolf having a bit of issue with the cards here. He does play Magma Storm as soon as he sees that healing puff. It's a good play for
Also
him.
helps to get rid of the arcane golem.
Maybe you can once bitten this Arcane Golem. That's a little bit more valuable to him than like losing a half health Defenso Chopper.
It's a good shock rock and screaming scratch to try to deal with these flightless dragons, but it's so mana efficient for Greywolf at the discounted price.
Yeah. Okay, his werewolf did manage to go off in that Plasma Marine, but didn't get a whole lot done there.
And he's taking a lot of damage again from this arcane golem top. The Magma Stone doesn't clear the one in bot either.
Just turned around completely. Mefisto, like, using the arcane missiles really well and just controlling this game here. Alright, we'll
And
see.
this uses the once bitten to get the werewolf out of the armored scrat top.
Yeah. Is Greywolf gonna play his Flightless Dragons? I think it'd be a pretty good play right now if he can. There it is. It does all go top lane though. He certainly wanted to split those, I think.
Arcane missiles to deal with the flightless dragons, but one of them is actually a werewolf from the once bitten.
Very good Magma Storm from Greywolf. Managed to deal just barely with the entire push bot lane. It's been really helping him hold on to this game, and that's really strange. For some reason, I see like a white silhouette of a flightless dragon in top lane. I don't know if you see that too.
I actually have a white silhouette of plasma marines in the bottom lane.
Oh, okay. We're
And
being haunted
Noeline-
by ghosts. This is
Noeline perk 3 is going to be really big here. Greywolf's going to have to be careful not to let these arcane golems get free hits on his face anymore, because they're going to do a lot of damage now.
Well, we're just gonna have to see who has the better perk 3. Greywolf got a free Chain Lightning from his perk 3, which he's gonna use right away to start doing some damage. Actually killed that.
Clear out that golem.
Yeah. So pretty effective there, although like it's just gonna get more effective as the game goes on, just because as more minions are able to get hit by all the entire effect of Chain Lightning here. Again,
And
Greywolf
Mefisto's starting to build a little bit of an XP lead though. Not much, but
still, Greywolf just kind of not playing APEP to his strengths. I feel like he's held on to his flightless dragons for such a long time. Like he can just play them whenever. Like for 2 mana, they're good. Just in general against enemy push. I guess he's just afraid of Divine Warrior though, because you don't want to just have them run straight into that.
this is going to be a big magma storm if it hits right. And it does. It clears out the entire push.
Yeah,
It's sort of that
it's
level 7
always been
golem.
hitting right. That's the one great thing that's been going on for Greywolf this entire game. He's never had a bad Magma Storm yet.
This chain lightning's going to stun up. Oh, but it doesn't
Yeah,
matter. The Divine Warrior to block that push again, but the Zhao is hitting the golem. Oh, there's the Screaming Scrat to change that though.
Yeah, it's still very, very close. Greywolf's a little bit behind in experience, but not by that much. There is a level 10 golem in top lane, which is extremely scary for him.
And that's a level 8 golem in bot, and a level 5 behind it. That's going to level up pretty quick with how well he cycles.
Although these flightless dragons finally coming in clutch and managing to kill that huge golem very, very quickly there.
And still a level 10 golem pushing the top, and he just used his totem. It looks like it'll get cleared out.
Alright, pretty good Chain Lightning there. Again, just stunning these Arcane Golems. It's pretty effective now, just having the Chain Lightning there just have a stun, especially when it's free.
This is a really good push.
Yeah, Mefisto needs to be careful about playing those Blood Imps. The Defensive Chopper does 100 damage to each of them, which can rack up pretty quickly. You can see Mefisto now already below the amount of health that Greywolf have, and Greywolf has more experience in him as well.
And Greywolf's
This
just starting
game
to
is-
cycle so
Game
fast.
just sort of turned around again. I think for once Greywolf finally got a subpar Magma Storm, failing to kill that Arcane Golem bot lane.
That might make a difference, but he's so close to Mana Frenzy right now. He has just the slight
really,
advantage.
really close. And there come the Flightless Dragon's bot lane again. 2 mana, just so effective.
And Divine Warrior is gonna block them really well though, and he's holding onto the bridge actually.
Greywolf just hit Mana Frenzy. Mefisto's also about to hit Mana Frenzy. It's all about who can control the bridges that much better here.
And at this point, Mefisto has to be so careful not to misplay and play the Blood Imps.
Oh, is that Arcane Golem gonna die top lane? Yes!
Golem
So
dies
now Greywolf
top, but that's
has
a
the top
big Golem
bridge.
in bot.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find some way to deal with it soon, while holding the top bridge as well. This is really, really dangerous here. He has Chain Lightning available, he has Magma Storm available. He needs
He's
to play
actually
his free
healing a
cards
lot
whenever
off of
he
his
can.
healing puff in the bot lane too. And that bridge is just his. He isn't losing the bridge at all while they're fighting over
Oh,
top.
now he's gonna take the top bridge too.
And with 2 golems in the top, it's gonna stop that push. It's gonna take the top bridge. There's no way.
Oh, Greywolf actually holding off bottom lane just long enough to survive, and now he's coming back in the bot lane. We'll see if he can... Yeah, he tanks the top lane with his Crystal Construct, and these Flightless Dragons are just burning through everything. He's actually coming back here a
That's
little
a
bit.
huge push coming in on the top lane.
And again, he's got the Crystal Construct bot lane, and then follow up with these Flightless Dragons, although this time Mefisto had his Divine Warrior ready.
Mefisto actually played the Blood Imps there and took a nice bit of damage from the Chain Lightning. And this is going to be a big Magma Storm for Greywolf. It actually hits both golems and clears them out, but right now Mefisto has both bridges and Greywolf has something on his face.
Yeah, Greywolf still just holding on. He had a lot of mana saved up, so he was able to sort of get a bunch of minions out. Oh, he does not block the, oh, it's not good. Now he's got Shock Rock. Mefisto tried to kill him with that Shock Rock, but no!
Greywolf's down to
the
9
totem came
HP.
Now as long as Greywolf, like, can just, like, hold on to, like, keeps putting stuff in front of his face. Yeah, we put another shield totem
There's the
down.
cycle
He's
to the
so
totem.
on here.
And Greywolf's managing to
Still isn't
keep both of these bridges.
As long as he controls the bridges...
Oh, and there's the Shock Rock. He doesn't
what?
get the totem in time.
You can see the totem on the ground. He like played it. It came into existence like the frame he died. I've never seen that before.
Oh my god.
Man. It looked like he had it available just slightly before, and I think if he just like was on top of it and just played it whenever he realized, because with both bridges he was actually cycling fast enough that it was basically up at all times, and there was no opportunity for Mefisto to get damage through.
Oh man.
Wow, what a crazy ending. I think if Greywolf just like kept defending perfectly from that moment on, he actually would have won because he was holding onto the bridge, and I think eventually Mefisto would have crumbled and not been able to hold on against,
especially with the
bridges
Blood
of
Imps in his
worthless
hand.
minions.
At that low of an HP, the Blood Imps are kind of a dead card, so...
Yeah, definitely.
Oh man, what an incredible finish.
Okay, so Greywolf now down to just his rat bow against this Halloween that's just giving him a whole lot of trouble.
He does have the Scrat Tank in his rat bow, which is pretty good against the Arcane Golem. Once its lid's closed, it doesn't take a lot of damage until it gets close, so that might help him a little bit with the golems. But the cycle is just so fast for Mefisto with the Blood Imps early.
Yeah, we saw the Chain Lightning doing pretty decent work for him last game, but it did cost 0. And I think a 4-mana Chain Lightning is not going to be very effective against what Mefisto has. Like, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage to the golems. Like, the golems cost 3, and the Chain Lightning doesn't even get close to killing the golem. So, not a very good thing to try there. I mean, it does kill the Crystal Archers as well, but even then, the Crystal Archers still have time to get a few shots off before the Chain Lightning comes in and fries them.
And then, even still, that's playing a 4-mana card to deal with a 3-mana card, and against this Halloween with this fast cycle, you really can't afford to make negative plays like that.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really tough here.
You know, Mefisto doesn't have the clear skies that's so popular, but that healing puff did so much that game as well. It probably actually gave him the HP that he lived by. He got a lot of value out of it.
True.
Even with Greywolf trying to clear it as quickly as possible.
Although, you have to wonder if like having another 2-mana minion that could actually fight would be just as effective for retaining his HP. But what do I know? It still worked for him. Very, very close game. Okay.
Getting into the next game now.
Alright, Greywolf with his rat bow. Greywolf immediately going out with 4 mana worth of minions to try and take the bridges. Just the once bitten just so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, these werewolves are really strong.
Mefisto playing the Blood Imps into that warrior. I guess just try and cycle a little bit. It does kill it with the help of those archers.
He also placed them so he could grab the bridge there and keep up an XP.
Yeah. Which he is. He's ahead in experience, in fact. And again, this healing puff. I just... Greywolf needs to not, like, focus too much on that healing puff. Like, if it heals Mefisto for a little bit of HP, it's fine. You don't need to bend over backwards to try and kill it as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think this game he might want to focus a little more on protecting his face. He's been taking a lot of damage, kind of unnecessarily, to try to deal with that healing puff.
Alright, but here is the dream combo coming in. He's got, well, kind of a dream combo, not really. He's a dream card anyway. He's got this, he's got a Scrat take bot lane, and just now top lane, like, Greywolf playing Propeller Scrats, just like kill that healing puff a little bit faster. I don't agree with that at all. He had a warrior and a Scrat coming in that would have killed it for him anyway. That was 2 mana that he didn't need to use there.
It's a really good chain lightning.
Yeah, that was really effective, just zipping around, hitting everything. Really cool to watch.
And just so quickly gets the wolf out there.
Yeah. It's just very hard to deal with if you don't have like a cleaver or something that can like one-shot this warrior from this much health. Because otherwise, like, there's nothing stopping him from this warrior getting a half, and there you go, now it's a werewolf.
And that's going to make it to his face again, and this is exactly what happened in the last 2 games, and it just kind of builds up. The damage over time really adds up.
He does have Daka now, which is going to get a free kill on that golem, which is huge. Mefisto, like, the name of the game now is going to be how well can Mefisto not allow that to happen.
And he's not going to waste any time playing that lightning just to get rid of those crystal archers. He actually did so much damage with that push.
Yeah, very, very well done here. Greywolf should play the... Yeah, I think Greywolf should definitely be playing that Zhao Log whenever he can, because Mefisto does have a few spells that he can sort of dissuade from playing. He's got a Shock Rock and also his Once Bitten and Arcane Missiles. Like,
yeah, he does have to be a little careful with the Xiaolong, because the Arcane Missiles is constantly in Mefisto's hand, and unless he blocks it, it's a really good answer at 0 mana.
Well, true. Yeah, he does need to make sure it gets blocked. Okay, Mefisto just need to be careful, because I think if he tries to Daka something that has the like rank, that's gonna turn into a werewolf, like, for the rest of the Daka's wasted once the enemy turns into a werewolf, because it becomes a different minion.
And there's a Daka for a little bit of damage on the golem, but Just cycling it and getting to the Morgul so he can take bot here is really good.
Oh, Greywolf with his Annihilator is actually attacking the Golem top lane. Is going to take it out. Like, Mefisto didn't quite have enough mana to be able to block its shots in time.
You can see the power of the Ratbow perks, just constantly summoning scraps. It's really helping Greywolf get these bridges.
So much better for Greywolf than ever I would have expected. I think part of it is he's like realizing that he doesn't need to deal with these healing buffs all the time as soon as they appear. Like even right now, top lane, he's just sort of letting it live, not like going to the knee-jerk reaction of it must die immediately.
Yeah, and now he's playing for the XP a little bit more now on the Rappo pick.
Yeah, overall it just means he has more mana to be able to play stuff effectively at the right times.
Just gonna quickly deal with the Crystal Archers again. He doesn't want them on the field at all.
But now we do have the level 5 golems, and definitely Greywolf's gonna struggle a bit more here because Greywolf himself does not get as good a perk 3 as that.
And that's another werewolf coming in top, but he'll Daka that out really quickly. And the Scrats actually blocked it from hitting his face, so that's really good.
Interesting shock rock from Mefisto, just sort of stalling the enemy DPS up there a little bit. He doesn't want that arcane splash mage, whatever it's called, to deal with that arcane
Crystal
golem.
Arcanist.
Arcanist, yes. It's a splashy mage.
The splashy mage. You can see, even with the golems, Greywolf has a lot of bridge taking power here, and he's keeping just a slight lead in experience.
Very slight. I think Mefisto has been catching up ever since he hit perk 3.
Yeah, the golems are going to make a big difference.
Looks like, yeah, a good opportunity to chain lightning bot lane. If Greywolf could cycle fast here, they can get Daka and deal with the top lane, or the bot lane golem here. Instead he deals with it with, okay.
Oh, and there is the Daka to clear that out.
And yeah, and Raid Zhao top lane, that's basically, it's gonna be difficult for Mefisto to avoid that from ever happening. Oh,
and
very
there's
good
the Scrap
Annihilator
Tank again to eat the shots from the Arcane Golem.
Yeah, that's sort of the dream combo that Greywolf has been winning the game off of, basically, is this Scrap Tank and Annihilator. It's very hard to like have a good setup against it. You know, like even with a Divine Warrior, like the Annihilator can still splash the minions around the Divine Warrior and kill them.
And the Scrats are just coming out non-stop now. And the XP lead's actually building pretty quickly. Greywolf's up of about 15 XP now.
Yeah, he's doing extremely well here.
Another good Daka to get some damage on that golem.
Yeah,
and the
decent
Scrap
Daka. He didn't quite have the number of minions he wanted. But meanwhile, in top lane, just like Mefisto playing a golem, and it just sort of falls to Greywolf's incoming push, which is not what he wanted here. And now he has to play Divine Warrior plus other stuff just to sort of clean up.
And you can just see these Scrap Tanks are constantly eating shots from the golems when he plays around it.
Yeah, and now Greywolf about to hit Mana Frenzy. He's 1 experience away.
He's actually...
There it is.
He's actually 15 experience ahead getting into Mana Frenzy too. This could be really big for him.
Solid grip on top lane. He's also got bot lane bridge as well.
I don't think Mefisto actually has the cards to deal with this.
Intelligently though, he can't. Still doesn't want to waste Daka on a Divine Warrior shield if he can avoid it.
About 10 more XP until Mephisto's also in Mana Frenzy. Yeah, this is a big push.
A little bit too far behind. I don't think Mefisto can keep up anymore. Pretty good block with those Blood Imp spot lane to save his golem from
the Annihilator's hitting his face for a lot of damage.
Yeah, it looks like it's just about over here. Mephisto's just falling apart against all of this pressure, all of these little scraps coming in. He just doesn't have enough mana to constantly play things in the way of this Daka, so nothing he can do. He's stopped playing
That's
cards.
it. He's just over. Yeah, he's just resigning on this one. He knows there's nothing he can do to get back. The Scrap Tanks were so important for dealing with those arcane golems.
Yeah, they're very, very effective, and I think that's basically the reason why Scrat Tank is like even a playable card. Is just it's so good against arcane golems in particular. Just sort of the win condition, the main win condition for a very popular master, just getting shut down by that card. Well, maybe not shut down, but it's a very, very good answer to it.
Especially if you can get the Annihilator behind it like he did there. It deals with it so well.
All right, so now Mefisto finally, for the first time, has to pick some other master in this set. He's got his own Rat Bow and a King Puff that he can choose.
I think we might see his King Puff here. His Rappo actually has Sniper Squad in it, and that's going to be not the best card against those Scrat Tanks.
True. Although he does have Stun Lancers in that Rat Bow to sort of stun the Scrat Tank and leave it vulnerable while everything else shoots it. So maybe still good. Other than that, his other option is King Puff, which has the Empowered Soul Stealer, but that also maybe not the best thing against a Scrat Tank, because Scrat Tank can just sort of tank it against that Soul Stealer indefinitely. Mefisto does go for the King Puff still, though.
We're actually getting into the next game now.
Yes.
And Mefisto did go with the King Puff against the Rat Bow. And he actually has the Empowered Soul Stealer, will be really good here against the Swarm from Rat Bow, as long as it doesn't get caught on the Scrat Tank.
Right. That is, yeah, exactly. That's going to be the key here. And if Greywolf is paying attention to the deck list as well, then he should already know that that's a big threat against him in this deck. He needs to be very, very careful about what he plays here. Like, even now, I feel like playing the Scrat Tank might actually be a mistake. It's better to save it against until you see the Empowered Soul Stealer, because now Mefisto can sort of play the Empowered Soul Stealer bot lane whatever he likes and not fear that it's going to get countered.
The Chain Lightning is going to deal with the Spear Throwers really well. That's actually an equal mana trade too, so that feels really good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely advantage to the aggressor when doing equal mana trades here. It gives your incoming minions more time to deal out some damage. Alright,
Bridge swap just to get the top bridge as well.
Arcanist dealing with all those propeller hordes. Really nice. Again, he plays his Scrat Tank out. I guess the deal is the Empowered Soul Stealer isn't that great at the moment, because Mefisto doesn't have very many good sources of enraged minions for it to trigger the Empowered Soul Stealer's effect.
Yeah.
He does have his Lone Warrior out now, though. So it does give him an opening here.
And Mephisto's doing much better in experience this game.
Alright, and there is the first play of the Empowered Soul Stealer. Right away, Greywolf playing is trying to support his Annihilator top lane to try and deal with this. And oh, the Annihilator just out of range. No, that's sort of the
at full stacks.
Very, very effective use of the extra range from that Soul Stealer. Just if it goes straight down the middle of the gap, it can be hard to.
Oh, this is a really scary prop horde with shields in the top here.
Yeah, Greywolf not having his Arcanist at the moment to deal with this.
It's
so
going to
taking
do
quite
so
a bit
much
of damage
damage
here. Alright, Greywolf does now have his Mordaka though, so it's much less likely at this point that the Empowered Soul Stealer can go in and deal a bunch of face damage.
And there's another Scrat Tank.
Yeah, again, this just sort of leaves Greywolf open for an Empowered Soul Stealer in the other lane. Or even in the bottom lane now, just like this Lone Warrior can tank it up, and then the, Empowered Soul Stealer is
just going to play it right in the middle again.
Okay, he does have Daka ready, which does kill the Empowered Soul Stealer. Very good play by Greywolf. Although, oh, he did kill his own Annihilator, though. with his Screaming Scrat. Needs to be a little bit careful about that.
And Greywolf's actually falling behind in XP a good bit right now. He's actually down almost 20 experience.
Yeah. It's just these, it's hard to tell exactly why that is. It's just, it doesn't have as many, like, really powerful cards like, Gruul the Swarmer King. And of course doesn't get the buffs on all his minions that Mefisto does.
He actually uses his Daka there while the Soul Stealer's in Mefisto's hand, and Mefisto's just gonna play that really quick now and get a lot of value out of it, maybe.
Oh,
nope,
that
the
swap did not go the way he wanted at all. Oh, I think he was trying to swap his Soul Stealer away from the Chain Lightning, but it ended up following the Soul Stealer anyway. And then the enraged Zhao that got enraged because of the swap ended up finishing it off. So, just, I mean, I don't blame him for not realizing that exact sequence of events was going to happen, but still.
It's just really unfortunate for Mefisto.
Alright, oh, enraged.
The Screaming Scrat's going to pull them away pretty well, though, and it gives them time to get the Arcanist out to deal with that.
Yeah, which it will. And now for the first time, Greywolf does manage to... Oh, he manages to play the Scrat tank against the Soul Stealer, but it gets swapped away. Fortunately, the Dock is still there. Just Greywolf has lots and lots of tools to deal with the empowered Soul Stealer. So it's not as much as an issue as I thought. Just more of an issue is just the constant value and pressure.
So well.
Yeah.
A lot of value out of that Annihilator, helping to deal with the Wolf, and also the Prop Horde.
It just seems like all game, whenever Mefisto wants, he can just play one of these 4 or 5 mana cards and just deal with everything that Greywolf has and just take a bridge whenever he likes. And Greywolf just doesn't have that sort of power in his deck. Like this, a Propeller Horde is just melting the Scrat tank. Oh, and the Arcanist that Greywolf played top lane got sniped by the spears from these spear throwers, and now this is actually extremely dangerous for him.
The Divine Warrior actually got the Annihilator aggro there and saved the Prop Horde.
Yeah, just... And anytime a Propeller Horde is getting saved like that, there's just so much damage when they survive and get to start attacking things.
Here's the Scrat tank, but he's gonna bridge swap it away so it's not blocking the Soul Stealer.
And we'll see if Greywolf needs to cycle the Daka or something to deal with this. Really, it's just he needs to get it out of the way fast so that he can start working on the bridges as soon as possible.
But he used his Annihilator to deal with it, and now, oh, the Prop Horde. He aggroes the Prop Horde down to the Annihilator. Really well done.
It's just these defensive tricks, while they're helpful for just like keeping him alive, that's not the issue here.
Especially with this experience lead Mefisto has, he's actually only 7 away from Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, I don't think Greywolf can do enough to keep up in time here.
And when you're playing the Rappo, you really don't want to be the one that's down 20 XP. He's actually down 25, and that's Mana Frenzy from Mefisto.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. If there's any way to do this, it's going to be just protecting his AoE cards and making sure they stay alive for an extremely long time, but that's going to be very, very difficult against just Divine Warriors and Empowered Soul Stealers non-stop.
And the Soul Stealer's gonna deal with the Annihilator.
Taxes and kills his Annihilator. He needed that alive.
Mefisto just has such a good hold of the bridges here. With the Mana Frenzy, it's probably gonna be over with. This is push. This is a big push.
Yeah, this isn't looking good. I mean, his Arcanist is trying to hold on. This is gonna be a pretty big Chain Lightning. No, it actually bounces the wrong way. It didn't hit the Propeller Horde. And that's gonna end it. Okay, so Mefisto taking the set 3-1 with that win. So very good try from Greywolf. Managing to get to the top 8 yet again, and tries some interesting strategies. His Ratbo did a lot better than I thought it would, and the game where he played his APEP was also extremely close. So definitely a worthy opponent for Mefisto.
A really good game to end it off too. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get control of the bridges. The Empowered Soul Stealer did a really good job when he played it mid there. He got a couple times where it actually dealt with the Annihilator.
All right, so looks like the next game is going to be Darion versus Kelgaroth. So taking a quick peek at, I sort of want to look at Kelgaroth's decks first because I'm a bit unfamiliar with what he plays here. Let me take a look. So let's see. Wow, he's got a red golem Ratbo. He's got a King Puff with Succubus, some other interesting cards. A Ravager, a Ravager with Dragon Ball and Twins. That's something I did not expect to see still after the latest nerf to Dragon Ball, but he's gonna try and make that work, and clearly he's doing something right because he got it to top 8.
He did make the top 8, and that's, oh man, that's gonna be really interesting to see how well that does.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his decks, it looks really solid what he has here, and some very interesting card choices as well that might catch people off guard. He's got his Red Golem Ratbo has Clear Skies in it, as well as a Reboomer, which maybe could be used to stop one shot the once bitten minions. Get some little extra value out of it. Let's see. As for Darion, all I can say is cleavers for days. He's got 3 decks with cleaver.
That's a lot of cleavers.
Which is a bit unusual in this meta, just because a lot of the effective decks just run lots of little small minions. But that said, not so much with Kelgaroth. Kelgaroth, of all the players we've seen so far, I think Kelgaroth's decks are more vulnerable to cleaver than most. He's got Whirly Scrat in a few that is nearly one shot by a cleaver.
And the Twins, cleaver can deal with the twins as well.
Yeah, and a Succubus in the King Puff deck. So, I mean, there's definitely ways to make cleaver have value, but even so, I think overall, it's not that great against everything that Kelgaroth has. So, we'll have to see. Already we've got a ban. Darion has banned the Stormbringer from Kelgaroth, so especially does not want to deal with the Crossbow Guild Stormbringer, which I think all of his decks would just be completely helpless against. Yeah, his cleavers would just be dead completely. His Red Golem would not be able to push through the swarms of crossbow dudes.
Yeah, just a smart ban to get it out of there when his decks don't match up against it very well.
So I'm wondering what Kelgaroth's going to ban here instead, or ban from Darion. Maybe his Ratbo. That would be the go-to ban if you knew about Darion in any way. You know that he loves playing that Red Golem Ratbo deck.
Yeah. But it's one of those combinations where you think of Darion, you think of the Red Golem Ratbo. That's him.
It just kind of feels bad to do that because otherwise Ratbo might be seen as sort of a mediocre master, and the other masters might be more of a threat. We've seen how much Volko can do, how much Mordar can do. Typically you want to try and ban one of those more value, or just having a good win condition deck, and just find some alternate way to deal with this Red Golem. Does Kelgaroth have a good way to deal with it? He's got his own Red Golem deck. I'm really, really curious to see how they match up.
It would be an interesting match to see.
I imagine that Darion would have the advantage because he has a heal puff in order to heal up a lot of the damage.
And the clear skies would actually help him too. And there's Kelgaroth.
What?
Kelgaroth gets rid of
It
the
would-
Volko.
Okay, so he does ban the Volko. And yeah, so no Firebolt spam to try and deal with Kelgaroth stuff that he's bringing here. So again, a very worthy ban. And now we're already going to the first game. Let's see what they both bring. Oh wait, are we going to the first game? I was still spectating Greywolf. Hold on. Let me spectate on Darion, if that's okay. Unless you want me to switch.
Yeah, you can spectate on Darion.
Okay. Do you have Kelgaroth? I could switch to Kelgaroth.
I have Kelgaroth added. I'm actually spectating him now, so.
Okay, good. All right. So we're not starting. That was just me, Greywolf pulling me into another game that he's playing. But we will start soon. They're getting a setup right now. So let's see, more theory crafting on the Ratbow mirror. I have a theory actually that Kelgaroth could have a really good advantage in that mirror because he could play Clear Skies to put Darion above half HP, so he gets a worse Red Golem. Like Kelgaroth having that spell could be really, really nice to basically control both players' health the way he wants to.
Yeah.
So I think with like some clever plays, like if Kelgaroth can sort of like stick around like 1000 HP and force Darion to be more than 1500, Kelgaroth can just sort of spam his Red Golems and Darion wouldn't be able to deal with it because he wouldn't have Red Golems that were as big.
Looks like we're having slight difficulty getting into the match, so we'll just be another moment.
Yeah. What else is interesting here? Curious to see how this Setsu does. We haven't seen a whole lot of Setsu throughout the top 8 so far. Not many people bringing that master anymore. It just sort of doesn't get quite enough done up until perk 3. It's hard to avoid like the opponent just getting a huge mana advantage and running away with the game.
Yeah.
So
Be interesting to see how this Tetsu does work, though. You can see it actually has the Lone Wolf Propeller Horde combo in there that's really good. As well as the Tantrum Throwers.
So I can sort of try and count on that to hold out the game, but the problem with that is Kelgaroth has Illusory Cleavers in all 4 of his decks, so it's definitely not going to get anything done aggressively.
Yeah, and you can see why that's preferred in the King Puff, because you can roll shields, and with Setsu, you're not going to get those shields, so the Illy Cleaver is going to deal with that so well.
Mm-hmm. So what is there? Lots of Darion's Mordar deck is a bit interesting. He's got a lot of low cost cards. I think he's gonna try and like cycle fast to his tombstones using his 1 mana cards and then make sure they're not played or live at the time the tombstones are active. So that he can basically very quickly res his more powerful cards like Defenso Chopper, Succubus, and Cleaver.
Even the Warley Scrat can be a pretty good res, especially against some of these decks.
Alright, Darion did log, is relogging, so I need to spectate him again. There he goes, okay.
And I'm still on Kelgaroth.
Yeah, looks like they're hopefully going to be starting in just a second. Have you played against like decks that are still trying the Dragon Ball and Twins stuff recently?
Haven't played against many people running Twins recently. I have seen the Dragon Ball Cleaver a few times and the Dragon Ball Wolf Among Sheep. It is a lot of mana now, though. Oh, and we're getting into the game now. And it's going to be
All right.
Kelgaroth's King Puff against Darion's Mordar to open it up.
All right, so yeah, here comes the value game. Basically, it's gonna see who can get more stuff on the field with more powerful effects and just push through the opponent. I kind of feel like I should give the advantage to Kelgaroth just because King Puff gets shields on its stuff, and Darion's best minion that he can res is this cleaver right here, which...
And shields are so good against that.
Yeah, it's gonna go straight into Defensive Chopper, which isn't the worst. The cleaver does deal with it pretty well.
And there's the Divine Warrior.
Yeah, it looks like the Divine Warrior is just gonna deal with that cleaver by itself. Just,
And he gets it out just in time before the cleaver can swing. Oh, the scrat's actually late, so the drone buzzers do finish off the Zhao.
Darion's still getting to perk 1 first, which is pretty good for him. It looks like Darion's gonna res this drone walker, which isn't the worst, not the best either. Oh, his cleaver is gonna deal with this succubus really effectively though.
And that's gonna be a pretty decent push with the cleaver and the drone walker. The bridge swap's gonna fix that though.
And cleaver just melts the flightless dragons. There's always just this some card that is in your hand coincidentally is gonna just deal with that cleaver really effectively.
Especially on King Puff, where you get a decent amount of cards that are actually multiple units, and they're really good at dealing with that and slowing it down.
Yeah.
Oh, the tombstone actually comes down a little late. The buzzers are aggroed to the succubus.
Yeah. He was trying to block it there. This sort of gives the opportunity for Kelgaroth to maybe kill the tombstone. No, it looks like he's just gonna res this drone. Okay. Oh, swap and then flightless dragons, yeah. And Darion doesn't quite have enough mana in his hand to fireball. Now it gets it down, but the cleaver's already
too late
dead.
for the cleaver, but
Still, Kelgaroth I think making a big mistake there, playing his spear throwers right on top of his flightless dragons.
yeah, really stack them up for the fireball.
He doesn't want to stack them like that, exactly.
And Kelgaroth does have shields on his prop horde when he chooses to play it.
Well, it's no good against Succubus, but maybe good against something else. Looks like he's gonna try to res this Whirly Scrat. Probably going to res the Succubus after. Although if Kelgaroth, no, he's gonna get the
drone walker.
So again, this is like the value game for Mordar. Just all this stuff coming out of the field all at once can be kind of hard to deal with if you don't have the mana. And Kelgaroth sort of
and the shields on the flightless dragons so big against this cleaver. They're not even going to die. None of them.
Yeah, although they all are gonna die to this defenso. Just it does allow Kelgaroth to hold onto the bridges for a very long time.
And looks like he's gonna get a Zhao res.
Yeah, that's not what he wants for sure. That's one of his weaker minions that he could res here. He might even get another Zhao res if these
he gets the defensive chopper just in time.
Fast enough there.
And there's the Illy Cleaver to get rid of that really quickly.
Yeah, I didn't want to take all that damage that he would have. Like, Mortar's attack just a little bit too slow to wind up to deal with them fast enough.
He gets the Defenso Chopper res just in time. The spell actually kept Zhao alive.
Oh, Kelgaroth trying to kill that Succubus top lane with enraged flightless dragons, but couldn't quite do it. Still just barely alive. The things just aren't quite targeting it the way Kelgaroth wants.
This is a big push coming in on the bottom side, though. The Divine Warrior is just going to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, although this enraged Propeller Horde's gonna do quite a bit here. He does swap things away. They didn't quite catch the Succubus in that swapping. Now he's actually gonna take a lot of damage here. He's actually getting pretty low here. He needs to be careful about his health.
He needs to try to keep the top bridge or whichever one he has marked when he moves it. Otherwise, he's just taking so much damage from these Zhaos.
Yeah, it does
And
Zhaos
the
and the Succubus. Like he's having trouble dealing with them, other than just like allowing them to hit face. It's just not what he wants when he's at 500 hit points here.
And then Tombstone's out.
Oh, that swap just isn't getting a whole lot done here.
He gets the Succubus res, and with that perk 3 from Mordar, the Frenzy, the Succubus is going to do a lot of damage really quickly.
Cleaver to back it up is just too much to deal with. He's just barely holding on, but like spent all his mana to do this, and now he's had to deal with this. Okay, he does manage to he's still just barely holding on. This is so close. It's just now Darion has the option of just like fireballing him a few more times to win if he can hold the bridge at the same time. It's definitely still a very, very close game here. Again, just Darion just relentlessly playing these real cleavers, and oh no!
Oh, it actually gets faced!
Kelgaroth thought the scrap pack would defend against the cleaver, but what happens is if there's ranged minions there
and
at the time...
he doesn't have the bridge, and there's the fireball to end it. That cleaver hit was so bad for him.
Yeah, if there's ranged minions backing up the cleaver, then the ranged minions will shoot at those scrats instantly. The cleaver will realize that there's projectiles in the air ready to kill those scrats, and will just ignore the scrats and go face anyway. That's exactly what happened. So you need to be very careful about that when playing against the cleaver, that doesn't happen. That you need to play something with a bit more health that can actually tank ranged shots. Otherwise, the cleaver will just ignore those. So...
Oh my god. And you can see the power of those Mordar reses. As the game went on, every one just mattered so much.
Yeah, and I think the problem... Remember when I had mentioned that... Like, you had mentioned that everyone is playing Propeller Horde in King Puff, and I mentioned at the time, maybe that's not such a good thing if too many people are playing Illusory Cleavers and Defenso. And what do we see in this game? A Mordar with Illusory Cleaver and Defenso, just saying no sweat about these freaking Propeller Hordes. I can fight back easily against them with these two counter cards.
And it just worked out so well for him.
And a bit of an unlucky matchup as well for Kelgaroth, because that's like the one deck that Darion has that has both of those cards.
And getting into the next game, Kelgaroth went with his Rat Bow.
So
interesting to see how the Red Golem does here.
Red Golem Rat Bow, yeah. He's just gonna sort of try to take damage and then just play Red Golems non-stop. Looking at Darion's deck, there's not a whole lot in there that's especially good against Red Golem. Like, Cleaver just sort of loses at its own game, basically. And of course, Kelgaroth probably purposely taking a bunch of more damage there than is necessary, just so that he can prepare to get to his starting to play his Red Golem as fast as he can.
It's important he does it like that, intentionally letting some damage through, and doesn't just get surprised and take a lot when he doesn't have the mana.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part here. Is just if Kelgaroth like doesn't manage it effectively and gets down to like 1500 plus a little bit, and then Darion manages to push through for like 700 more damage, then suddenly Kelgaroth is going to be in a very dangerous position and maybe unable to play his Blood Imps to cycle as fast as he wants. But right now, just everything
the
going
Boomer actually deals with the Tombstone too, so Darion's first Tombstone won't be giving him a res.
Yeah, and Darion just sort of, with a clunky hand, sort of played the Cleaver right now, which is not what he wants.
And against Rappo, it's going to be really hard to get any value out of that. But he does get a face hit.
Although maybe Kelgaroth wants that, because now he's in the perfect health position. This is just under 1500. now he can start playing his red golems, and Darion's gonna have a lot of trouble dealing with this.
This is right where he wants to be with the red golem.
So Darion's best chance right now may just be play everything top lane. Just try to kill him from 1400 health right now, because if he tries to keep just fighting back against these red golems, I don't think he can do it.
And that golem does have the reboomer behind it, which
he is.
Zhao takes it out really quick.
He is going for it, and as you can see, this Whirly Scratch just did nothing. That's 4 mana down the drain. It's locked onto that Succubus, so she's next. He does manage to play this defensive chopper in the way, and this is like probably the best he can do against this sort of thing.
He actually plays the clear skies to keep the golem alive a little longer, but that's not going to
that actually
do it.
didn't do a whole lot because it healed the defensive chopper
and
anyway.
It's actually worse for him, I think, because now he's above 1600. He doesn't have the red golem on the next spawn until these imps die.
These blood imps managed to get him down. Okay, and then he plays another red golem here. So, not the worst for him. He needs to make sure this Succubus actually dies this time. And to back it up a little bit better, like he needs to, for example, play these Plasma Marines and keep them behind the red golem constantly, so he has a little bit of backup against these defensive choppers. He can't afford to have the defensive choppers stall him indefinitely like that. Oh, very dangerous play here.
Oh man, the defensive chopper. And the golem's going to go down, but he does have the next one in hand, and he is still below that 1500 life point.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. I think this Cleaver gets a red golem right in his face.
I'm surprised he actually had Scrap Pack in hand. I'm surprised he chose to take the damage on his golem from the Cleaver.
Yeah, maybe he thinks it's more important to just cycle to his red golems faster, but I don't know. I would have done the same thing. Just try and tank something on a Scrap Pack. But now it's very hard for Darion defense against. Oh, okay. He does sort of sacrifice his Succubus to try and stall the red golem a little bit.
And that golem's going to go down.
All right. Does Kelgaroth have another red golem ready? Doesn't look like it. He's not playing it yet. In any case.
He has it in his hand now.
Okay, there it is. And this time he plays it on top of the Succubus to get rid of her first, right away. I think that's going to help minimize the damage he's taking on this red golem, so it's going to be better on offense. It still takes quite a bit of damage just defending.
It's already under half, and he actually took a good bit of damage himself. He does have clear skies, but there's a decent-sized push coming in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Kelgaroth needs to make sure that this Drone Walker is the one that dies first, not the Cleaver. No, the Cleaver does go down. I guess it didn't really matter in the end. They're both going to get res
anyway. Both of them. And the Doc is going to clear out the Cleaver really quickly. And there's a second red golem as the first one dies.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, with these fireballs just constantly clearing the support that Kelgaroth is trying to play. He needs to, like, play his archers as well whenever he can. To just support this a little bit better than he is. It's just having too much trouble getting through these ranged minions that are defending.
And there's the res on the Succubus.
It's just, this red golem by itself is just not enough to ever do it. Looks like Kelgaroth, another red golem here. And now he's got like 2 Zhao Longs as well, just pelting at it.
And they're doing a lot of damage to it. The clear skies will heal it up a bit.
No,
and the blood imps hit the defenso too.
Okay,
that is up a lot of experience though.
Yes, that's been the one saving grace for him so far. Even though these red golem pushes aren't like dealing damage to Darion, they are holding the bridges long enough for Kelgaroth to get a good experience advantage here. But it's just the lack of anti-air is hurting Darion a lot. I think Darion's like knows this, and he's just even fireballing like Plasma Marines and Archers, even though it's technically a negative mana trade, just because he knows these Zhao Longs are just so difficult to deal with otherwise.
And he's 10 XP away from Mana Frenzy now, and once he gets there, if he makes it there, there are 2 Succubus pushing in the top.
Yeah, but they're both gonna die.
Oh, the Boomer deals with him so well.
Boomer, yeah.
And he's getting closer and closer, and once he gets to Mana Frenzy, the amount of red golems he can push out might be too much.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard to deal with for sure. He's trying to hold on here. Oh, that... Yeah. Kelgaroth now hits Mana Frenzy, and Darion is not taking the top bridge back anytime soon.
He's just forcing the push in the bottom side.
There's the red golem, and I think that's gonna seal the game because I don't see him holding on to this bot bridge now either.
And the red golem's actually getting really close to Darion's face. It's actually really high health still, and there it is. It's gonna start getting some damage now.
Yeah, Kelgaroth does need to make sure he's controlling the bridges still because Darion's gonna hit Mana Frenzy too. If he can deal with this top lane red golem. The bot lane golem's already almost dead. It's just now Kelgaroth has sort of gotten control of both bridges at this point, so I don't think Kelgaroth can do much to come back here. I think, yeah, one more red golem bot lane just to make sure that that bottom lane bridge is his.
Yeah, these red golems from Kelgaroth are really going to hold these bridges, so even though Darion hit Mana Frenzy, it's going to be really hard for him to get the advantage.
Yeah, Kelgaroth just cycles fast and just, like, plays another red golem top lane right now to deal with that Defenso Chopper, for example. And is fireballing minions whenever he can. There is another red golem to take control of the top lane, and now there's two golems right at Darion's face. This is extremely dangerous for him.
And he can't answer them and also get the bridges to get the mana from Mana Frenzy.
The one thing going for Darion is that his Mordar's attack is just going non-stop at this point.
He is fully wound up, and it's really clearing out all of the smaller units.
Also, he's managed to build up two Succubus top lane, and also because Kelgaroth played Clear Skies a bit too much, and now he was actually above 1500 health for a short amount of time. So one red golem that he played bot lane actually wasn't buffed. And now suddenly Darion has come back. This is unbelievable. I did not expect this to happen at all. It was just like,
that
somehow
unactivated red
Darion
golem
just cranked out
really
enough damage
hurt
between these ranged minions to deal with all the red golems as they came in, and now this is looking like an unwinnable
and
position
that's
for
going to be it for Darion. That's a huge push, and that's over. That Clear Skies unactivating the red golem was really, really a big mistake by him. He actually couldn't hold the bridge with it.
I think more so just like he had better things to do with his mana. He needed to, well, it was really hard to support the red golems the amount he needed to. Like, he needed to have some sort of ranged minions able to deal with defensive choppers that were trying to stall his red golems. But he couldn't, because if, like, Plasma Remains, for example, were to enter Mortar's side of the field, they just die to Mortar's attack.
Yeah.
It just really quickly deals with them when he's constantly spun up. And I'm wondering, does... You know, Kelgaroth doesn't have, like, Shock Rock or anything in his deck, which you would typically need to, like, stun Mordar himself so that your smaller minions can survive and actually support the red golems correctly. So, wow, Kelgaroth losing with his red golem deck. When I thought he'd basically won the game, just...
It seemed like he had it in his hands. Although, you gotta wonder, part of that could be the experience from Darion too. He's been playing red golem longer than anybody almost, so...
Yeah, I mean, if anyone knows how to deal with that kind of deck, it's Darion. And he surprised me a lot with that performance there. I thought he had no way to really deal with it, but just playing all his ranged minions. Like, between Zhao Long, Drone Walker, and Succubus, that was enough damage to hold out against the red golems with just a little bit of delay from his other minions. And of course, like, the fireball from Kelgaroth wasn't really doing a whole lot to help against that. Maybe that was his issue. Maybe Kelgaroth just needed to say, okay, I'm in Mana Frenzy. Time to completely stop playing my clear skies, instead fireball just every drone walker I see, along with his face. Eventually, I'm gonna win that way. So I think Kelgaroth, he had a way to win. He just didn't quite do it.
Yeah. Oh, what a well-played game from both of them, though. It was really close.
So, looks like Kelgaroth is gonna try and come back at some point. He's down to his last deck, I believe, his Ravager, which he's gonna have to deal with this. I mean, it definitely capable of dealing with Mordar. It sort of exploits Mordar's weakness, which is like early on, he's really not good at dealing with like very large minion pushes.
Yeah. It could be bad for him if Kelgaroth plays the aggressive game early.
Yeah, especially something with like Cleaver plus Dragon Ball is going to be a very difficult combo for Darion to deal with. So, what is there to say about this? I'm amazed at how well this this Mordar deck from Darion is doing. It's just Resin Cleavers
really impressive.
and Succubus is enough to push through.
And it looks like Kelgaroth is back, and we're going to be loading into the next game now.
Okay.
Let's duel.
Okay. Right away, both players with the same idea. Neither player is going to get the bridges. Darion.
Kind of unlucky with the order of his cards. He actually has Twins in his hand, and Dragon Ball's the next one up, but he doesn't have an activator for the Dragon Ball.
Oh. Yeah, kind of an issue there then. Does protect against sort of
And
defend
he
his
does have...
Plasma Marine with his own Whirly Scrat there.
He does have the Cleaver in hand now. So
Okay,
he might try to time that with the Brutus push.
Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I'm sure he's hoping that Brutus goes top. No, he goes bot. So now this
And the Wolf Among Sheep into the defensive, but it's low enough that they'll just get rid of it really quickly.
Oh, and the Fireball only hits one of them. I'm not sure if the Wolf one is still alive. It looks like he's gonna play a Cleaver to clean that up.
He is letting this out hit his face, though. He doesn't have an answer in hand for it, and it's going to get the buff when he plays this Dragon Ball.
Yeah, he needs to deal with it now. Okay, he's got Plasma Marines. I mean, he is doing a pretty good job with this push. Yeah, not only is it dealing more damage to Darion than Kelgaroth took, but Kelgaroth also getting a big experience advantage off of that. And I think if he can get a perp 2 very quickly, then he's going to be able to keep up with the value here just by having his minions frenzy when they hit half HP. And this Brutus is still alive, just really annoying for Darion. It looks like this damage just like is not quite enough to finish off the Brutus. It's like healing too much. And now it's hit frenzy, so it's gonna start healing. Okay, no. Darion finally has enough of that. But yeah, Kelgaroth already hit a perk too.
And that Reboomer is going to deal with the Cleaver.
Oh, very, very nice Wolf Among Sheep.
Looks like he'll just get the Tombstone up in time, though. And there's the Cleaver res.
Cleaver res is really good for him, although it is going to a lane with a Reboomer, which is not great for that Cleaver.
No, that's the same Reboomer that just killed it, so it's not a good thing for it.
Uh-oh, Darion needs to defend his Succubus against this. He does have a Screaming Strat available to, take the damage there. Oh, but now this, oh no, the Dragon Wolf did not kill the Succubus. The Whirly Scrat came in
no.
time to defend.
That is going to
Although,
activate his twins,
The Whirly
though.
Scrat then sort of being a traitor there, pushing the Succubus into range of Ravager's attack, which doesn't usually happen for a Succubus.
That is going to be twins on the bottom side, though, but the Cleaver will deal with that.
Yeah, deals with both of them, although the Cleaver does, like, nearly die there.
And that'll be a Xiao long res from the Tombstone. Not what he wants with the Cleaver on the board, but...
Kelgaroth needs to make sure he can protect this Plasma Marine, though, or, okay, then he has to play another anti-air now. He doesn't have
he
a whole
doesn't
lot
actually
of them
have any in his
deck.
hand either.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play anything to protect that Plasma Marine.
And with the Wolf Among Sheep, he does have the Dragon Ball active. He still doesn't have any anti-air in his hand. And his Xiao is just constantly going to be hitting him. He's still fishing for anti-air.
Okay, there's finally Crystal Archers. I can deal with it. But Darion's not getting the res as he wants, I think. He's, well, he gets
And with the
a
Frenzy,
Whirly.
this is
Pretty good.
actually a pretty... gonna get face damage.
Yeah, Rampage
Darion's
and Cleaver
actually-
just surging ahead.
They're both actually really low in experience, in HP here.
Oh, okay. Kelgaroth
gets the
realizing in
Sheep
time.
just
But now
in time.
Fireball comes in. It's actually really bad for Darion, except his Terror Brutus is here to take
Just in
everything out.
time.
Yeah. Perfect
And he actually
timing
has
for
twins
Invitational.
activated right now from the Dragon Ball, and he can play those with the Terror Brutus, and it might be a really big push for
Yeah,
him.
definitely. Yep, he does exactly that. And the Reboomer as well. This is going to be so hard to deal with. This defensive chopper isn't going to last long. Neither is this
Oh, man.
Whirly.
And Darion's in danger right now. This push
Oh my
is...
gosh, this Incubus is still alive. It's going straight to his face. This is incredibly dangerous for here. This Cleaver is now getting attacked by the rampaging Succubus.
And the Terror Brutus does get to his face.
Yeah, he needs to somehow clean it up. Although Kelgaroth trying to
And
back it up with
There's gonna be a
Wolf
Dragon Ball
Amongst
coming
Sheep.
in too. And Darion's at 250.
That's, yeah, one Dragon Ball away from death. If this Terror
The
Brutus
Brutus
doesn't
needs
kill
one
him,
more
it is.
hit, and that's
There
gonna
it
be
is.
it.
Terror Brutus is living just long enough. I've just had so many games against Ravager end like that, where I'm just so low on HP, desperately trying to defend, and I just can't quite kill the Terror Brutus fast enough to get it off. And even though it doesn't do that much damage, it's so hard to avoid the damage because he takes so long to kill.
And he has such a nice HP pool that it really lives a long time after it hits half and gets that frenzy from the perk too.
So, alright, Kelgaroth showing some signs of life here. Now, Darion has to switch to a different deck for the first time this set. Darion, of course, has his own Red Golem Ratbow still, as well as his Setsu. So, we'll have to see what he picks here. And he does pick, yeah, the Red Golem Ratbow. We'll have to see. This can go either one of two ways. If Kelgaroth can, like, do a critical amount of damage immediately, he might just be able to kill Darion with his initial Brutus push. But otherwise, or at least get him so low on HP that he can finish him off with Dragon Balls. But otherwise, if Darion can manage the damage, then he can just sort of play Red Golems on repeat and try to do what Kelgaroth was doing to him.
Yeah. A good
man,
Fireball to get rid of the Wolf Among Sheep.
Yeah, the Wolf Among Sheep, like, I want to say, like, it's a crazy card still, but it's so vulnerable to Fireball and Dragon Ball. It's like, you can't really play it effectively if you don't have, like, Black Hole or something to protect them. Now this time, Darion, the first one to perk 2, or perk 1. And Kelgaroth's still waiting on his Brutus to arrive, and we'll see which lane he goes. It looks like he might get drawn top lane. No,
He is gonna go top lane. And the Cleaver's going bottom though.
Oh yeah, not what he wanted. He's gonna play a Fireball. He had a 50-50 chance of killing the one that's a wolf. And this is still sort of a difficult push to deal with.
Kelgaroth does have the Dragon Ball here, though.
Dragon Ball comes in. Dragon's on face and nothing's hitting it.
And it's chipping away.
This is a lot of damage, although it's this is not
Darion
what
dips into red golem range now.
Yeah,
But he has to be really careful.
This is like the perfect situation for him though. And Kelgaroth, I don't think thinking enough about what's coming, and he plays his twins, and now this red golem's here. He's gonna easily deal with both of these twins, although Darion is taking a little bit more damage. Oh, and the Reboomer killing Blood Imps!
Oh my god.
And suddenly Darion down to critical HP. I didn't realize those Blood Imps just sort of, he played them to deal with the Brutus when he was played, and then they just wandered off top lane, and then later on, like 30 seconds later, they went straight into a Reboomer. So now Darion desperately playing this healing puff to try and hang on against this. He is getting a good amount of heal from it, and Kelgaroth hasn't begun to deal with this red golem yet. No, he's just trying to go face, he's trying to kill Darion. But I don't think this is going to work as long as that healing puff is up. No, Darion just defends easily.
Darion got so much value out of that healing puff. And this red golem is just doing work because Kelgaroth waited so long to answer. It doesn't look like it's going to kill him, although it's going to get really, really close to killing him. But another red golem like that, like, Kelgaroth can't... He tried to make a play by ignoring the red golem, but it's not going to work twice. Like, the next time he tries that, if he fails again, it's over. So Darion getting ready to play his next red golem. Still not playing it yet, just focusing on bridge control for now. I'm sure he's feeling a lot better about the situation than he was just a few seconds ago. It doesn't look like he's going to get as much value out of this healing puff top.
No, it's going to die into these, although...
With the Wolf Among Sheep out, he does have the Dragon Ball active, and it looks like he's going to just try to go for the damage on his face. Daka doesn't actually deal with it.
Yeah, Darion dips a bit lower, although, like, if Kelgaroth plays his cards well, he's going to have an opening to, like, Dragon Ball and then see if he can land one hit with the Whelp.
And he is trying his best to cycle to it really quickly, but this red golem is pushing
in. Here comes the healing puff, though. It's going to heal him up. If he just gets a few ticks off of it, he's going to go out of range of kills.
And it looks like he is going to again. The healing puff is just getting him so much value. It's just putting him right out of range. I don't think he can stop this red golem. Doesn't have an answer.
Desperation plays Dragon Ball right at Darion's face, but there's no way that was going to work.
That's the red golem on his face.
Oh, just so close from Kelgaroth. He almost had it. And in fact, you know what? There's actually, I think, when I saw that the Blood Imps were running straight into a Reboomer, I think there were 4 of them, and one of them actually got shot to death by Ratbow right as the Reboomer was about to explode. So only 3 Reboomers died to that, or 3 Blood Imps died to the Reboomer. If the 4th one also got hit by the Reboomer, it would have been death for Darion. So it's very, very, very close.
Oh man, what a close game. And Darion really showing off the mastery of the red golem deck though, and using those healing puffs so well.
Yeah, extremely well. So, Darion, of course, taking the set 3-1 over Kelgaroth. Very, very well played by Kelgaroth, though. Showing he does have enough of him to take a game off of Darion and also to get to top 8. So, very, very well played from him.
Yeah, it was a very good showing from him.
So... So anyways, that was the end of that match. I think before we're going to... before we go on to the next match, we're going to take a 6-minute break. And we'll come back and we'll go to the next match, which is going to be JF versus Video Gamer. So you can enjoy some highlights and we'll see you then. And King Puff. And JF has banned Mordar, so we're not going to see the Colossus Mordar with the Beam of Doom, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're not going to see that list, or the King Puff with the Crossbow Guild.
We're going to see multiple Wheel of Dooms from Video Gamer still. JF's going to... And JF has, like, again, multiple Divine Warriors, which are perfect for blocking those Wheel of Dooms. But he just needs to... That does mean he has to hold on to the Divine Warriors and play them when the Wheel of Doom is coming. So, do you have anything interesting that speaks to you about these decks that you want to talk about?
I do notice gamers running a lot of the barrel scrats, the armored scrats, which is a really interesting card. We saw that earlier in Zenyu's deck as well. He was using
let me spectate right away before I forget. I found Video Gamer.
Okay.
Yeah, spectating JF, or should I switch?
I'll get to JF now, yeah.
Okay.
Alright. There's nothing that pops out too much. You can tell Gamer is definitely going for a bit of a slower game, trying to hit Mana Frenzy. He has 2 Bridge Shrine decks.
Yeah, Bridge Shrine in his decks. His Stormbringer is like extremely defensive. He's got both Wheel of Doom and Magma Storm as removal, just to punish like big pushes that would otherwise be really good at threatening his Crossbow Guild. So pretty good synergy there. And yeah, his other decks are just sort of fast cycle, try to control bridges, play Bridge Shrine to eke out an experience advantage. Anyways, we're going into the first games then. It's going to be Ratbo versus Volko.
And we're off.
This is actually a pretty good matchup for JF, I think. The Volko normally does well against the Bridge Shrine because it can burn out with the perk 1.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been wrong before about, like, every time I, like, say I give an opponent, someone an advantage, that a lot of times already this tournament I've been wrong and they ended up winning just barely, but, so we'll have to see. I'd still rather be JF in this situation, for sure.
Yeah.
Volko's pretty good against this sort of Bridge Shrine strategy.
And the daggers actually only get 1 of the archers there.
Yeah, it's hard to play them like fast and accurately. So Wheel of Doom is an option, although JF maybe knows this and will play his Divine Warrior to block.
Yeah, maybe saving it just for that.
Although he doesn't have the option to block now, but now there's a different reason to not play Wheel of Doom. He doesn't want to trigger the Zhao.
You see, once he gets this bridge, he starts to play a decent amount of cards out and get that burn damage in. He really wants to start using Afterburner here to take advantage in XP. Because Gamer's already starting to creep up on the experience lead with the Bridge Shrine.
Yeah, and I wonder if at this point, Video Gamer might just decide like not to play the Bridge Shrine anymore. And what is that noise that is happening?
Sorry, my phone thought I was talking to it. It was Bixby.
Hey Siri, shut up.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Exactly.
Video Gamer doing pretty well here. I think he's sort of gotten to a position where he's ahead enough in experience that maybe he's thinking, I don't need to play Bridge Shrine anymore, ever. I can just sort of focus on this bot bridge and make sure I don't die.
Yeah, as long as he manages to hold the bridge, it's going to be really good. This Zhao is just chipping away at JF, too. And the propeller scrat's on his face. He needs to play something to deal with it, but he doesn't have anything in his hand.
Yeah, he just ended up playing all his anti-air elsewhere. The stint wasn't in range to deal with these propeller scrats, and now they're just sort of there hitting him in the face. And, okay, finally, a combination of Screaming Scrat and Illusory Cleaver deals with them.
And there's the Bridge Shrine from Gamer.
Interestingly plays the Bridge Shrine. Very dangerous play here. And then wastes his Daka. This kind of can be a dangerous situation for him if he's not careful and just like plays stuff frivolously like this.
And there's the propeller scraps again, but he does have the stint in hand to deal with them this time.
It looks like this Fire Imp is just barely gonna get taken out. Yeah. And Video Gamer still holding on here.
And there's the Screaming Strat into the Wolf.
Oh, Video Game going for a Beam of Doom. No, I keep getting those. It's a
Oh,
Wheel of Doom. No, they're both Doom, okay?
There's a lot
they're both
of
made
Doom.
by the same Doom company. So, the Doom brand spells. Alright,
Gamer's
so yeah,
holding
but anyways,
the bridges, and he has such a big lead in experience right now from it. With the Bridge Shrine and the bridges, he's actually up 40 experience.
Yeah, there was a time where JF was doing pretty well at damaging Video Gamer, but now it's like Video Gamer's way ahead of the curve here. Still half health, but more than halfway to Mana Frenzy. So JF needs to step it up somehow. I mean, again, like Video Gamer's strategy is just sort of fighting for bridge control at this point and not really playing the Bridge Shrine is really paying off here.
Now that he has the perk 3 from Ratbo, you can see it's going to be even harder for JF to hold the bridges. The constant swarm of scrats really add up.
Yep, and he's going to play his Zhao Long right now, which is a really good timing because...
Oh, the Divine Warrior to block the
he
Fire Imp.
He did just
He
barely
gets it
get
just
it,
in time.
That's pretty big for him because now it's going to be really hard for Video Gamer to hold on to the spot lane bridge. JF also throwing out his burn the bridges just to make sure.
But Gamer constantly has cards to play on that bridge to make sure JF isn't getting that free burn damage.
Video Gamer just using annoying tricks here and there to like get control of the bridges now and then. Like if there's a bunch of little melee minions only on the bridge, he plays Propeller Scrats. If there's only flying, then he's gonna play a melee minion that'll go underneath the flying to take it away from him.
And he's so far ahead in experience. He's up over 60 experience right now with the Bridge Shrine out.
Yeah, not looking good for JF. Gonna try and Wheel of Doom bot lane, just still trying to focus everything he can there, but it's just not quite enough. JF now,
Gamer
now
has
just hit
another
for
Bridge
3,
Shrine
but-
out. He's going to hit Mana Frenzy any moment now.
Yep, and then those Bridge Shrines are gonna rapidly turn into mana, and just it's gonna see a huge burst of minions coming out very, very quickly here. If he doesn't float his mana, which he's doing right now, he's like, he can't help it. He's not playing his cards fast enough.
And that's
There we go.
going
Now
to
he's
do
got a
so
whole bunch
well.
of stuff here.
And
Tons
JF
of
has to answer
other
the stuff
strats.
that's already pushing into his side, but there's already 2 enraged Shaos.
And this game might just end with Video Gamer just playing Wheel of Doom over and over. Although no, it looks like it's just gonna end here.
Going
Like
to
a
hit his
warrior
face
catching
now,
his
and
face. Yeah.
that's gonna do it. JF just couldn't keep a hold of the bridge with all of the small minions that Gamer had to push into it, and the sticky things he had to keep it.
So my curse continues. Like whoever I give the advantage to loses. So I give the advantage to my opponents forever.
It might not work that way.
Yeah, maybe not. It's wishful thinking though. Anyways, so that's the Volko down for JF. He's got to switch to something else. Either his own Ratbow or Stormbringer. So his Stormbringer does have Blastmancer, which can be really, really good against this situation. Like he can like sort of lock onto Scrats and take them out bit by bit, and
it does chip away at the Bridge Shrine as well when it does do that, so that is helpful. He does go with the Ratbow first though. So we'll see the Ratbow mirror match.
Alright. It's gonna be pretty tough because typically in these, like, when both players are trying to go for Mana Frenzy, the one with Bridge Shrine wins. So it's gonna be pretty difficult for JF to deal with here.
And you can see the first one's out.
Yeah, first one's already out. And Video Gamer already off to a pretty good lead. I think JF needed to play Zhao Long to take the top bridge, which typically you want something a bit less committal than that to take the top bridge.
And Gamer's just holding both bridges with the shrine out. And you can already see that it's starting to take over. He's up 20 experience.
This is already looking really horrible for JF. Just like I'm saying, like he can't get enough of an advantage over these bridges. That's a pretty good play there, using the Bannerman to block the Daggerfall, and does save the archers.
The scrapboard out to save them.
Yeah,
and that'll do with the Zhao.
So making some good plays there. It's just the problem is that's not really gonna translate to a lot of damage on Video Gamer or anything. So at least not enough.
Gamer does get perk 2. The Daka won't be as important in this matchup unless he can get it on the fire amp, but that'll be hard to do consistently against the Rappa with the constant swarm.
Yeah, he definitely wants on that fire amp. He's gonna wait till that fire amp. Oh, JF knows what's up though. He's gonna protect that fire amp with Divine Warrior ahead of time. And that's going to...
And there's the Bannerman to save the archers
again. Another heads-up play. Just Bannerman always ready to protect those crystal archers, and if those can live and not get removed by spells, then it's hard to get enough to deal with them when they're just sitting in the back.
But with the bridge shrine out, Gamer is still 30 XP up. He is losing some life though.
Not enough to matter. I mean, if he gets to like, if he's down to like 600 health but hits Mana Frenzy, he still wins.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
And at this rate, he definitely is on path to hit Mana Frenzy first by a decent amount.
And Ratbo's so good at dealing with those fire imps. Just like the extra scrat that he spawned just from his perk is enough to deal with that.
And there's the Daka on the bridge shrine actually, really good. Gamer might have tried to play something to block that, but didn't get it out in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I don't know, it just seems like JF is making all the, like, good heads-up plays, but Video Gamer's still winning here just because, like, he's got the early lead, he got Daka first, and, like, just has... It's like the smaller minions that he can more easily, like, split up and take the bridges constantly. Like the Fire Imp and the Crystal Archers, they're really good at like taking out little bits of minions at a time, but they aren't good at holding bridges for a very long time.
Nice wheel from Gamer to deal with that Fire Imp.
Like JF's able to deal with these pushes so easily and put out damage in return, but that's not the game that they're both playing here.
Yeah, they're going towards that Mana Frenzy, and in the end, Gamer is up 50 experience.
Oh, wow. I almost feel bad for the cleaning crew. Almost.
Oh boy. And yeah, Video Gamer lining up. Oh,
Goes for the wheel, doesn't mess with the arrows this time because he knows that Bannerman's there.
Yeah, I think JF got so used to like being able to play Bannerman, like as soon as he saw the animation for a Video Gamer playing a spell. But this time it was Wheel of Doom, and Bannerman does not protect against that because the Wheel of Doom damages 150 damage twice. So the first damage of it gets rid of the shield, and the second one kills.
And we're at the point where he's cycling fast enough. He actually has 2 bridge shrines out now, and he's 60 experience up. Mana Frenzy is almost there. Nice Divine to block the wheel.
Yeah, very good Divine. Very good Bannerman. This is the most dangerous push that we've seen so far from JF, but Divine Warrior is going to go top lane.
Gamer is just 3 experience away from Mana Frenzy with the bridge shrine up, and he's about to hit it now.
Yeah, and then Divine Warrior just easily bought him enough time to get to Mana Frenzy. JF's still trying though. This is still a fairly dangerous situation for Video Gamer. He can still mess up if he's careful and doesn't play all his cards right here. But it looks like with that Wheel of Doom, he's finally figured enough to break through here.
And with that, he is controlling top bridge now, and he has control of bottom bridge. And JF has to play the Divine Warrior very defensively on his side, so he won't be able to use it to hold a bridge and stop Gamer from getting that mana.
Yeah. Although again, like, Gamer tries to close out the game with the Wheel of Doom, but it gets blocked again, and now JF getting a little bit of momentum back. JF also has the Thorns that are in top lane that are actually really good at blocking all these minions that are coming in.
The Gamer gets a lot of value out of the wheel again.
I might have called this too soon. It's just Video Gamer, yeah, he hit Mana Frenzy really fast, but like JF has a really good deck for defending against Mana Frenzy. This Fire Imp and Divine Warrior is being really, really good at dealing with all this.
Unfortunately, though, Gamer is keeping the bridges pretty consistently, and the swarm will eventually build up.
Maybe. I mean, it's easier for... I mean, it doesn't if you play Thorns and kill them all like that.
That's true.
And the Staka isn't getting through either, because these Divine Warriors are keep blocking it. He does need to deal with these Jows at some point, so... Oh, critically,
and
that
the wheel
Wheel of
gets
Doom
so much
misses
value again. It
the
does miss the
Fire
Fire
Imp.
Imp, though.
Oh, but there's a lot of stuff on his face now, top lane. He needs to try and deal with that. Another Wheel of Doom.
The Divine blocks the wheel.
He's still barely holding on here.
But Gamer's just chipping away at him with spells, and he cycles fast enough. You can't block Dagger Falls on face.
Wheel of Doom,
as
he
Rappo.
purposely aimed it straight at face, that's all he did. And then another Daggerfall. One more Wheel of Doom, if it's not blocked, is going to do it. He's lining it up right now. Can JF block it with something? Divine
He doesn't
Warrior,
have anything to
no.
block it, and that's it. Just cycling through those spells while he's in Mana Frenzy for constant damage.
Yeah, finally, Video Gamer managing to realize the trick to winning is just spell him down. And showing the good utility of Wheel of Doom. It's not the best damage. It's only 150 to the enemy master, but it's still something when you're in Mana Frenzy. It can help close out the game.
Yeah, I mean, it adds up, especially in a deck with a fast cycle like that Rappo. He's just constantly pushing them out.
Alright, so JF already down to his last deck. So here comes his Stormbringer. We'll have to see if this can get something done.
And I think this is maybe his best deck against this Rappo, though, with the Blastomancer.
That's actually very interesting. This taunting werewolf is actually a very good counter to enemy Screaming Scrats, because the Screaming Scrat Video Gamer played, he expected it to run across the bridge and lure the werewolf away, but it didn't. The werewolf was taunting, so the Screaming Scrat just like stood in the werewolf's face and just let itself get killed by the werewolf.
A really interesting card combination. There's the first Blastomancer.
Yeah,
Not gonna do much. Gamer's not really playing into it.
Comes Wheel of Doom. Again,
Divine to block
JF
it.
on top of it. He knows Wheel of Doom is a threat, and he's keeping his Divine Warrior there to protect his minions and needs.
It's gonna be another taunt werewolf in the top lane. That's gonna deal with these armored escorts. Oh, there's actually a Screaming Scrat to block it. It still deals with them though, with the help of Stormbringer.
Like the Screaming Scrat just runs straight into the werewolf and just sits there because it's taunted by the werewolf. It's Screaming Wolf, I guess.
The Screaming Wolf.
Howling Wolf, maybe. It howls so loudly you have to attack it.
You just want it out of there. And there's going to be the wheel to deal with the Blastomancer. JF didn't actually have the Divine to block it, and it started moving onto the bridge.
Yeah, and then
Something we'll have to keep in mind in the future.
JF was off to a really good start, but now, like, once again, Video Gamer ahead in experience. It's just these bridge shrines are just so hard to come back from in this case.
And JF is hovering the Divine to save this cannon. There it is. It
Good,
stops the
yeah.
Daka. Really well played.
I mean,
But I don't know if it's really worth it. I think he should maybe save the Divine to protect the Blastomancer when it's in his hand, because this Cannon Roller, it's still going to go down, and I don't think the face damage is going to do it.
well, I mean, you are right. I think he needs to decide now whether he wants to try and kill Video Gamer or just try to get to Mana Frenzy first. It looks like the better option at this point is to just kill Video Gamer, because Video Gamer is down to about half. So it's definitely an option, especially with Blastmancer. Blastmancer's there and can get a lot done if it doesn't get Wheel of Dooms, of course.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Divine in hand for it. He is going to use the Divine to protect the Cannon Roller, but he plays it too late, and the Daka actually deals with the Roller.
Looks like his Divine Warrior is going to still take this bottom bridge anyway, though.
And he does have both bridges right now.
Oh, this time there's no Daggerfall there's no Bannerman to protect against that Daggerfall. But still not the worst trade for JF. Here's the thing, though. Even if Video Gamer does get to Mana Frenzy first, if he's low enough, it's still going to be really, really dangerous for him.
A really well played Grasping Thorns to block the Daka. Sorry to interrupt you.
This Blastmancer is the key.
Yeah, this is it.
If Video Gamer gets to Mana Frenzy and just spams all his minions willy-nilly, and JF can like keep his Blastmancer alive, Video Gamer will essentially be killing himself, because by giving the Blastmancer kills, they're going to constantly be dealing damage with the explosions to Video Gamer's face. So if Video Gamer enters Mana Frenzy with like 600 HP, he's probably not still going to win. Just because of that, like he'll die to those Blastmancer explosions before he can get anything going.
Yeah, it really isn't guaranteed for him.
It's just, I think JF just needs to do like a little bit more damage than what is on Video Gamer right at this second.
Another wheel to deal with that.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to do that through these Wheel of Dooms, just clearing out the Grand Minions constantly. JF making another good play there, protecting his Cannon Roller. It's just,
I told you I'm mighty.
But now he's just sort of set himself up for another big Wheel of Doom here, because now he's got all these like small minions in the way.
And he's piling more into it.
I think he's just trying to get as much Blastmancer value as he can, but there everything goes.
It's going to be really important,
still,
even
like,
if he
chipping
does
him away little bits at a time.
It's just going to be really important that he saves that Divine to protect the Blastomancer as they get into Mana Frenzy to chip away at Gamer.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing this combo where he plays the Cannon Roller and the Divine Warrior together. That's not the combo he wants. He needs to protect his Blastmancer first and foremost. That's going to be the damage.
Some good damage there from that Blastmancer, though. And Gamer actually chooses to wheel bottom, leaving the Blastmancer up. The Daka's not so great on that Swarmer.
Lock onto his face, which isn't the worst thing for Video Gamer, but still, he's taking more damage, which he doesn't want to do. And another Blastmancer bot lane. If he can protect it, it's going to be good. I think
he does have the Divine in his hand to protect it. Gamer's going to wait for it to get to the bridge before he tries to play anything, though.
Yeah. Okay, Mana Frenzy is hit, but this game is definitely not over. Video Gamer has his work cut out for him, because he needs to make sure he doesn't kill himself on these Blastmancer explosions by feeding too many minions into it.
And there's another Blastmancer coming up from JF. He doesn't have something to protect it, but Gamer doesn't have the wheel yet, and it's going to do so much damage.
He went onto the Thorns, and now just like 4 or 5 explosions. This is damage Video Gamer can't afford to take.
He doesn't get the Divine out in time to block the wheel. But Gamer's getting lower and lower. He's at 300 health now.
Yeah, to be fair, it's just, what can Video Gamer do to close out this game? All he has is this swarm of tiny minions, which is just helpless against Blastmancer. Like, the best he can do is try to... Oh, that's actually pretty big that he managed to get the Daka off on that Blastmancer. Okay, this actually gives him an opening. Divine Warrior played as well. This is actually
He needs.
for JF
He
here.
really needs to get this pushed through now before JF can cycle back to the Blastmancer.
And he's trying his best.
And JF does have the mana for the Blastmancer now.
There it is. And another Daka comes out. JF doesn't have anything to protect it. I think JF needs to be like a little bit more patient with it. Just like wait until he has enough mana to both play the Blastmancer and something slightly in front to protect it. And he doesn't have very many chances left. This is quickly getting really, really bad for him.
There's just so much Swarm coming out of Gamer now, but the Blastmancer is his next card if he can hold him just a little longer.
Yeah, but again, he needs something else to protect it.
And he doesn't have it, and it's out right away.
Anything. Oh no.
And there's the wheel, the damage coming through from the Zhaos, and that's going to be it. JF just needed to be a little more patient with those Blastmancers.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, just... He needed to realize that video gamers doing such a good job of just Dakaing it immediately every single time. I think just it was worth just, even though the swarm is right on your face, even though you're taking like hundreds of damage, it was worth like just waiting a little bit longer for you to have like a 2-mana minion or something that you can play with the Blastmancer just to make sure that the Blastmancer can survive. That was the most important thing. Okay. So that is, I think, the end of that set, right?
Yeah, that's...
Video Gamer wins 3-0 with his Ratbow. I'm pretty sure.
That's 3-0 with the Ratbow. Really convincing games. The last game was close, but showing the power of the XP game with Ratbow with the Bridge Shrine, really.
Very, very, very good. Okay. So... let us see what is next. Oh boy, it's a match worthy of the finals, even though it's only the semifinals now. It's Cat versus Mefisto is the next match here.
Oh man, I never get tired of watching those two play against each other. It's always such a good game.
It sure is. Let me see if I can pull up their deck list. Of course, we've seen these deck lists when we're talking about them in the quarterfinals. Cat, of course, having a lot of good bridge control stuff. Fire Imps, Gruul, Spear Throwers, Divine Warrior. Just the usual Cat things. This is sort of his MO when he brings his decks.
He kind of has some cards that are just staples that are normally in his decks that he just knows how to use just right.
And then the other side, we've got Mefisto, who's got a lot of Screaming Scrat, Once Bitten combos, and like a little bit more varied decks. And he's sort of going for the same style, just using his own sort of style of minions, where he sort of tries to synergize with his masters a little bit more. Like he has a ghost turret in his Stormbringer, the idea being it gets extra range, so it's actually pretty good once it gets perk 2. And he's got the Halloween with really, really fast cycle and the Screaming Scrat Wolf, so that he can cycle even faster while getting a good minion out of it.
Yeah. Mefisto bringing some pretty interesting deck. A little different than the normal. Really nice, though, because even though they are a little different, you can see that they're tailored to him, and he knows how to play them right. Like the Halloween, when we watched it earlier, was just so powerful, even though it doesn't have some of those normal Halloween cards in it. He was cycling so well that the golems were building up even before perk 3.
Yeah, that is right. And what else is interesting about these decks? We've got a Mordar from Cat, which is sort of his outlier. Like, he's got 3 very similar looking decks with his Stormbringer, Volko, and King Puff. And then suddenly his Mordar has like 3 very, very big high-end minions, the Blue Golem, Harbinger, and the Succubus. As well as a Scrat Tank to sort of tank for these. And I see that in action before, where it's just like it's very, very difficult to avoid rezzing the blue golem and harbinger if they're in very threatening positions.
And those are, especially after getting the frenzy from the perk 3 on Mordor, those can be really, really scary.
Yeah, the harbinger especially just sort of gets out of control if you can protect it while it has frenzy up. So, looks like they're still deliberating on their bans. Of course, this is a this is a very, very important match for both of them. I'm sure both of them might be expecting that this is going to be the toughest opponent they're going to face here. Anyways, let me make sure that I'm going to spectate.
Do you want Cat or Mefisto?
Mefisto, I think, yeah. Let's see if I can. It doesn't look like he's online though. Or at least
Doesn't
he's
look
not.
like Cat
He's
is.
not in the game, but I'll spectate him when he gets in the game.
Yeah.
So what else can we say about these? I'm sure we're gonna see very, very long games from both of these players.
I would not be surprised if every game goes to Mana Frenzy or very, very close. They're both really smart players, and they both play that long game. They play to make as few mistakes as possible and really just maximize the value of their cards.
Yeah, I mean, Cat does have his Volko, unless let's see. We do have sort of an issue. I think Cat is away at the moment. So we're going to see what the ruling is on this shortly. Oh, Cat is
Cat
here.
is
Never
here.
mind. So they're going to go through their bans still. I was going to say that Cat's Volko definitely has the opportunity that it's going to end before Mana Frenzy. That's what Volko does.
That's true. I kind of overlooked that. That's true. The Volko can definitely close out games early if it gets to run away with the perk 1. That might be the ban from Mefisto, though. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It's definitely has the advantage over these sort of stall decks that Mefisto is also running. So I'm wondering what Cat is going to ban in return. Maybe the Milloween? It seems like people always have trouble with that Milloween. Just with the arcane golems, it's a lot of value, and I think Cat like intrinsically has like a really good counter to it. Cat actually has banned King Puff.
And there's Mefisto bans the Volko.
Yep, the Volko, of course. So
not too surprised to see that go.
So let's see. I will spectate Mefisto now. You can.
I'll get Cat.
Spectate Cat.
And I am set and ready whenever they start.
Yeah.
Really excited for these games. Again, Cat and Mefisto, probably a finals level match here. They're both incredible players.
Yeah, nothing against the rest of the semifinalists here, both Darion and Video Gamer, but definitely these two in particular have proven themselves again and again to be two of the best players in the game, and we'll have to see who can come out on top here. So they can start whenever they're ready, and I'm really curious to see what they start with for both of them. Maybe Cat will just start with his Mordar just because it's his more interesting, different deck. I'd like to see him play more of it other than his... It's because it's sort of outside his usual style. So I'm hoping that he either decides to play it or Mefisto wins enough games that Cat's forced to play it.
Yeah, be really fun to watch that played because it is so different from his other deck.
Meanwhile, on Mefisto's side, I just really like watching him play with that rat bow and just like sort of suffocate the opponent with those snipers as support. He's got the sniper squad and a bannerman to protect it so they can't be fireballed or daggerfalled or anything.
Yeah, it's a really good combination of cards.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Mefisto started with it as well. And in fact, he does. Yeah, Mefisto starts with his rat bow and Cat with his king puff.
Oh, and I have a spectator bug, so I'll be in a moment.
Okay. Alright, both players just sort of taking the bridges, little bits at a time. Mefisto playing a Screaming Scrat to defend against, to take the bottom lane bridge, but does not actually put Once Bitten on it.
Alright, I'm back in. And there's the Scrat tank, which is going to be pretty good against the sniper squad.
Except here
but
comes
there's the Stun Lancers.
Although this Fire Imp in return is going to burn away these Stun Lancers pretty quick.
Oh, the bridge
And
swap gets it out of the
yeah.
fireball. Really good swap. It also deals with the sniper in the top.
Okay, and now Mefisto trying to get bridges back if he can, but he's sort of at a tempo disadvantage here. A little bit behind on mana to try and get these bridges back. I'm surprised Mefisto, I mean, he has opportunities to play Once Bitten. I guess the problem with it is like he needs to make sure that, of course, like he has to play the Screaming Scrat into minions that are going to get it below half. If he doesn't, then they'll just explode and he won't get a werewolf. So
yeah, he has to be careful to make
I'm still
sure
getting used to seeing that
right.
level in play. Yeah.
And bridge swap just to grab both.
The Cat just doing an excellent job, just getting advantage of these bridges
and he's building XP pretty quickly. He's about to hit perk 2, which is really where you want to be when you're playing King Puff.
So I'm wondering if we're going to see a swap for this. No, he does not swap the Fire Imp away, so he's going to die to these snipers. And the Bannerman turned into a wolf, so good value off of Once Bitten here.
This Blast Lancer is going to be a little slow on killing the wolf, but the Screaming Scrat will keep it from doing too much damage.
But the Blastmancer in general is going to be really good at dealing with these snipers later on, since if you can get 3 explosions from it, that's going to kill these snipers, even if they're shielded.
Yeah, he doesn't get the shield on the Fire Imp, so that's going to be a quick fireball to deal with that, but the Blastmancer Scrat Tank is a really solid push.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for Mefisto to deal with it. Like, his bread and butter in this deck is this Sniper Squad, and it doesn't deal with this Scrat Tank very well, and already it's turning to a pretty sizable push. He's taking a lot of damage from all these minions that he can't deal with immediately.
He gets the Sniper Squad out, and there's another wolf on the Bannerman, though.
Still, Mefisto doing a good job protecting his snipers.
And this Blastomancer is going to get Daka'd, but he doesn't have enough out to deal with it. It doesn't actually kill it, and it's going to get some good use here, dealing with these Scrats.
Yeah, it's just Mefisto can't really get anything decisive going in any way. Like, Cat just has the advantage of his offensive pushes into Mefisto's territory is just like harder for Mefisto to deal with. So I think like a big part of that is this Fire Imp, which is just so good defensively and also needs to be dealt with once it crosses on the opponent's side of the field.
And this one actually got the shield from the King Puff perk too, which is going to be really important for him.
Yeah, Mefisto has Fireball in his hand, but it's not going to do anything at this moment. And Mefisto just sort of caught off guard by that combination in bot lane that he can't deal with these propeller hordes now. He has to fireball to get rid of these flightless dragons. It's just, you can't.
And he's still
quite
taking
keep
damage
up.
from the drone buzzers though, and the blast mancer.
I think just once Cat hit perk 2 is just too much to deal with these like extra buffs that King Puff gets.
Doc
Pretty
is
good
going to do
dock
some
on that
damage to the
tank,
scrap tank.
but it's still healthy enough to prove it was a good shield against all these attacks. And it's just, again, these the snipers just isn't getting enough done.
Yeah, the drone buzzers make it to his face again. And also, at this point, every time he gets the Blastmancer out, that's a constant source of damage on Mefisto. And Mephisto's already under 300 life, so...
Yeah, looking pretty bad here. It's just... The kind of minions that Cat's playing here is just really hard to defend against when it comes to trying to keep these snipers alive. That was sort of Mephisto's idea with this deck, is just like protect these snipers, have them constantly on your side of the field getting kills over time. And he can't do that in this case, and it looks like he's actually just sort of given up. He's been floating mana for a while now. I think
he kind of knows this is the end of this round.
Yeah,
he's just
he
gonna
let the Blastmancer end his life.
A very veteran player. I mean, he knows that it's over, so he just wants to move to the next. Maybe keep himself nice and collected. Him and Cat aren't the type of people who will let that get to them. I mean, sometimes you lose games, right? He'll move into the next one with a clear head and be a little more prepared for the deck, probably.
All right, so yeah, he's got his Milloween and his trademark Stormbringer. So you have to see which one he picks. I'm sort of I don't know. It's a tough call. I think the Milloween might be a little bit of a better pick here, just because you can sort of try and beat King Puff at its own game, just with the Arcane Golems just beating out the like extra buffs that King Puff can get. It's also not very vulnerable to the Blastmancer. The Arcane Golems are tanky enough that it can survive many explosions from the Blastmancer.
He does still have the Scrap Tanks, though, which are really good against those Arcane Golems.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, this King Puff is really tough to crack. And we've seen this sort of thing before, where Cat just sort of gets on a roll with his King Puff, and just it looks unbeatable.
Really decent Screaming Scrap there to take out some of those Spearmen, but it doesn't get all of them. He will take both bridges with the Crystal Archers, though. And he actually plays the card to turn the Archer into a wolf in the bottom side because it was low.
Yeah, that's
a good move to get more value out of it, but the Divine Warrior is going to just stop it in its tracks.
I mean, even still, it was a 2-mana spell, and it forced Cat to play this 5-mana powerful defensive tool. And because of that, Mefisto now has a bit of a tempo advantage. He's more easily able to take these bridges here. Oh, wow, this Lone Wolf is going to die while it's stunned. Anytime a minion is stunned, it does not transform if it gets below 50% HP.
Oh,
so,
man.
Cat doing a really good job
Screaming Scrap there.
for preventing the value that Mefisto would have gotten from that Lone Wolf.
You can see this game's starting out a lot more even. They're both keeping up with each other in experience really well.
He's gonna bite that Archer top lane once again. Too bad it doesn't keep the energized effect. That might be a bit OP.
Might be a good thing it doesn't.
Alright, interesting swap. He doesn't swap like any huge value minions from Mefisto. And in fact, ends up taking top lane anyway. Oh wow, really good
Screaming
Screaming
Scrap gets the Fire Imp. That's another really good Screaming Scrap from Mefisto.
It's actually good, looking really, really good for him here. So I think it's just like these once bitten wolves are just sort of keeping Cat off guard, and it's giving him a really good start here.
And there's the ghost turret, which will deal with these spearmen.
And now already perk 2 from Mefisto. It's sort of Stormbringer's strongest point because all of his ranged minions now are just so hard to deal with cost effectively. Like these archers especially just have massive range. They're basically like Scrat snipers at this point. In fact, I think like, if I'm not mistaken, a sniper Scrat has 16 range, and right now these archers have 14. So they're not far off from a sniper.
Yeah. It's part of what makes them so frustrating to deal with. They just have such an incredible range. Cat does have perk 2 now, which is really important on the King Puff. But Mefisto's still in a good position.
It's just these huge range. I mean, basically snipers are just easily able to deal with this fire imp. That's one of the weaknesses of fire imp, is it doesn't have a whole lot of HP, and like if something outranges it, like what Stormbringer can do, then it can either just snipe the fire imp before it can get anything done.
And quick swap to get the bridge.
It looks like Mefisto's trying to like both avoid floating mana, but also wants to get this Lone Wolf down. Unfortunately, when he played the Lone Wolf, he did not get the lycanthropy.
Yeah.
But
This Blastmancer is getting pretty good value this time. It might... Oh, it doesn't get one more off to finish the archer, though.
right. Is he gonna turn this archer into a wolf? Yeah, I saw that too. So I'm expecting, yeah, Divine Warrior bot lane. So I wonder if Mefisto, what's he gonna do at this point? Just make sure he can take top bridge, possibly.
And this ghost turret is actually doing good work again against these flightless dragons.
I mean, it's quite a bit of damage for 3 mana. It's just, you need to be able to have it in range, because its range is pretty small for a building.
A little bit easier to do playing Stormbringer with that perk too. You can see there again, the Crystal Archers just shooting pretty much across lanes. They're so far range.
Oh, Cat places Fire Imp in range of those Tantrum Thorns, and the spears actually just kill it outright.
Oh, that's so bad.
Pretty bad for Cat. Yeah, this is gonna make this top lane so much easier for Mefisto to deal with than it otherwise would have.
Divine Warrior is going to hold it off and deal with the Blastmancer again, and you can see we're still really even in experience. It seems like Mefisto is just having the right answers at the right time.
Yeah, that said, though, when it's this close, I feel like it's actually still heavily in Cat's favor, because when it comes to the final like stage where both players are in Mana Frenzy, this Blastmancer is gonna give him Cat such an advantage in dealing with like this huge board of enemy minions that Mefisto tried to bring out.
Oh yeah, and he also has the Scrat Tank and the Divine Warrior, which are really good at holding off a lot of these ranged units that you see in Stormbringer lists. Between that, protecting the Blastmancer, and just the constant damage from the Blastmancer, if it stays even until Mana Frenzy. I
mean, even right now, it's like Cat's using the power of the Blastmancer to like be able to AoE enough. And oh, this Screaming Scrat, he tried to turn into a wolf, but the Blastmancer just didn't survive long enough to get it to half. So Mefisto's sort of wasting 2 mana, and that's not something he can afford to do when playing in this such a close game and against such a good opponent.
And again, the Blastmancer just doing constant ticks of damage.
Okay, this
he
time
does get the wolf this time.
Yeah. He made sure this time that the Blastmancer was going to survive long enough to get that Screaming Scrat down.
And once this wolf dies, you'll see the Scrat Tank just... It's so good at eating shots from the Crystal Archers, but once the Divine Warrior is there and it opens the lid, it's just gonna go down really quick.
see, Mefisto does have opportunities to make wolves here. Like, I think something he could incorporate to his play to help him out here is see when he has opportunities to turn the tantrum throwers into wolves, because that actually gives him a rampaged wolf, which is significantly better than just an ordinary wolf with 45 damage.
They do a lot of extra damage, yeah.
I mean, it's a bit situational, and oftentimes, like, you want to just play it on a Screaming Scrat when you know it can get to below half, but...
Bridge shot to stun the lone wolf.
It's just, Mefisto, I feel like, is just not finding quite enough opportunities to get good value from this wolf. This time he does have the rampage wolf, just as I was saying. You can see it's sort of on fire. Oh, it almost killed that fire imp.
And the Divine Warrior is going to stop this Blastmancer for a while. It's not going to get any hits for a good amount of time. But still, once it goes down, you're just going to see that constant tick of damage from the Blastmancer.
Yeah, and this is super close. Cat's about to hit Mana Frenzy, and I think Mefisto definitely does not have very good ways of holding off Mana Frenzy here.
We're entering Mana Frenzy now with Cat. Mefisto's about to hit it too, but I think the Blastmancer is really going to make the difference. Like you mentioned, it's so much damage in Mana Frenzy, because every time you place something into it, that's another 20 away.
It's just so good at stopping the opponent of just building up like a bunch of ranged minions that they can use to defend themselves. And now we just see Cat sort of going in for the kill, trying to play a huge amount of minions top lane alongside these flightless dragons.
Mefisto just doesn't have the ability to answer it while also getting the bridges, so Cat
it's just
looking like he's going to close it out.
really, really close at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if like these Blastmancer explosions end up killing Mefisto.
It's very likely that the next Blastmancer does enough, and that's if this push doesn't make it. The push might make it to his face even before the Strat Tank actually does.
Strat Tank looks like it's
and
gonna
that's going to be it. It's not going to go down in time.
So, Cat does it again. This King Puff, it's just so tricky, so hard to deal with. It's just like they've got so many like good tech cards in here with like the Scrap Tank and the Blastmancer. It's just really hard to find a strategy that beats this. Like the best I can think of is like a Volko or something that's very similar and just has also like really, really good like bridge control tools that you can just try and burn down the King Puff.
Yeah.
Or possibly like a Mordar that goes the other way and just tries to get huge minion value, but even then it's just like it's got like Flightless Dragons plus Bridge Swap is just such a good counter to big minions, since the Flightless Dragons do so much damage, they just melt things.
Yeah, they have such a high DPS.
It's just sort of like the ultimate Swiss Army knife deck from Cat. It's just any deck he's playing against, he's got some really, really good counter in this deck to deal with it.
And it really shows the versatility of King Puff too, because the perk 2's centered around the 4s and 5s. There's a lot of good 4s and 5s that are situational, and he kind of has them all built in while also having just all around decent cards so that he's not hurting himself.
Yeah, that's true. And then just enough like little small stuff like Screaming Scrat to take bridges as well. Alright, the first golem is out.
Healing Puff's going to be answered pretty quickly by the Fire Imp.
Yeah, that's
not...
Like, I'm a bit afraid for Mefisto using that Healing Puff, just because this game is sort of another Mana Frenzy game. You don't want to waste 2 mana on something that just doesn't do anything offensively.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bit of a duel going on in bot lane with both players like trying to take that bottom bridge with as little mana as possible.
And there's another
Mephisto
healing puff, just trying to get a little bit of HP back, but it's gonna go down to this Blastmancer. It's not really gonna do much because the damage that he healed from it just went right away with the Blood Imp too.
Yeah.
A bridge swap to tank up this Arcane Golem, but the Divine's going to counter that really quick.
Yeah. Pretty good play. I'm not sure about that stint play from Mefisto. That seems unnecessary. I think the Warrior and Golem he played was enough to deal with it. Maybe he just needed that to cycle, though. Oh! Mefisto tried to get once bitten on one of the archers in top lane, but it's just not quite enough half HP.
Not going
to
to get the wolf out of
dying
it.
to a spear.
And it's going to be little things like that that build up as the game goes on.
Yeah, definitely. It's still pretty close at the moment. Although, it's at this point that King Puff is at its strongest, so Cat might get ahead in experience pretty quickly here.
Gonna get the Scat Tank Blastomancer, and that's gonna build up some damage from the Blood Imps, but...
Yeah, and this is death to that Arcane Golem for sure, because Rampage Fire Imp is just really, really good against it.
And that Werewolf top... Oh, the Shock Rock's actually going to save the Wolf, so it gets a couple more hits off. Still goes down.
And more Blood Imps just to cycle a bit and trying to retain control of these bridges. He needs to deal with these, the Drone Buzzers bot lane, though. It's gonna take these bridges now.
It's a good bridge swap to make sure that the Golem dies to those. I mean, I think it would have anyway, but the Screaming Scrat definitely slowing that down.
Oh, Mefisto tried. Just the Blastmaster is so annoying. It like Mefisto tried to play an Illusory Cleaver bot lane to take that bridge. Normally that just works perfectly, but if a Blastmaster explosion goes off right when you play the Illusory Cleaver, just the Illusory Cleaver does nothing. It's like you just waste 1 mana.
And you're gonna see that Strat Tank with a Fire Imp behind it again in the bot lane to deal with this Golem. And the Flightless just to make sure it goes through quickly.
Oh, is Mefisto gonna play Divine? No, he had an opportunity to protect those Crystal Archers, but didn't. Sort of a misplay there. Like, you want to be able to save your ranged minions whenever it's possible to.
And he gets the Taunt Werewolf off again. Which will deal with the Spear Throwers. He gets a Healing Puff out, but it's not going to get much value because the Blastmancer is just going to pop it again right away.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mefisto's still even playing this Healing Puff at all. Like, if it were me, I would just say, like, this Healing Puff is just a waste of 2 mana. I'm not gonna... I need to get to Mana Frenzy, and this Healing Puff isn't gonna help me get there. Mefisto did hit perk 3 though, so now he's got much more powerful Arcane Golems to help him deal with.
And there goes the Healing Puff down again, bro. Yeah, the Arcane Golems being level 5 off the start here off of the perk 3 is really good for him. The thing is, if we keep seeing the Scrat Tank with the Fire Imp, and even the Divine with the Blastmancer behind it here, it's just going to constantly clear off these smaller things and let his units clear the Golem.
Yeah, Mefisto needs to keep track of this bot lane because this is looking a little bit dangerous here.
It's a really big Golem pushing across top right now.
Yeah, and
He gets the
Mefisto's
Healing Puff behind
coming
it
back a little bit here.
HP.
Yeah, now the Healing Puff's a bit more justified because he has been playing the Blood Imps to try and get more bridge control here. And also he played it at a time where Cat didn't have his Blastmancer out.
And you can see the power of that low mana curve and how quickly Mefisto's cycling. He actually has 2 sets of archers. One of them just died, but... And there's 2 golems in the top lane as well.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well here. And he's caught up in experience now. He's actually very slightly ahead at this point. So the power of these arcane golems is doing really well for him here. This might be just what he needed. Oh, really good,
Good block.
strat tank to block that arcane missiles. It looks like Cat might take over this top lane after all. This Fire Imp is just doing really huge work here.
Mefisto's dipping lower and lower. The Blood Imps actually hit him a lot there. He still needs to be careful. It is going towards Mana Frenzy, and he does have the golems, but...
Yeah, again, when it's this close, Cat has the advantage because these Blastmancers are gonna basically go into overdrive. The more minions there are in the field, the more things they can kill, the more damage these explosions do.
You had Divine Warrior in the bot lane blocking both of these golems and just letting the Fire Imp and the Dragon Whelps, the Flightless Dragons, just clear it so quickly.
Just
especially with the Rage.
Showing the power of Divine Warrior played at the right time. It looks like this Raged Scrat tank has ended Mefisto, and that is it. Cat 3-0 over Mefisto with this crazy King Puff deck. Man, it's just... What do you do against this guy? Once it's into the final stage, like, you can't ban both his Volko and his King Puff. And both of them are just fully capable of basically 3-0ing every deck. So very well played from Cat.
Yeah, really showing off the power of King Puff there.
Okay, so any other thoughts about that deck? Like, man, still thinking about Mefisto could have done. I think, like I said, like bringing a Volko or a Mordar or something that can, like, have some different strategies. May have helped against that King Puff.
Yeah, you might need something like the Volko just to burn it out before it gets too late, because he just has so many answers to so many things. Honestly, just that, the Volko's the one idea, and then I think I'm not even sure what else would beat it, because it has so many answers, and it's just so good at stalling out too, like, and canceling those big pushes. I mean, for a lot of decks, you see the double golem in a lane from Milloween like that in the late game, and it's probably over, but the Divine Warrior and Scrat Tank just freeze it up for so long that they just don't get past the bridge.
Okay, so next match is Darion versus Video Gamer. And we already have a ban from Darion. He's banned the rat bow from Video Gamer.
Doesn't want to see the rat bow from Video Gamer.
I mean, it worked out really, really well for Video Gamer in his previous match. So
yeah, proving to be a really good, consistent deck.
We're not going to see it this time. We get to see more Video Gamer's decks, which is pretty good. I like to see that. Looking forward to seeing his Mordar, if possible.
He does have a really interesting Mordar list, and it would be nice to see that. Also interested in seeing the Milloween with the Bridge Shrine in it. Playing Shielded Crossbow Dudes and Escorts.
Yeah, the Armored Escorts.
Not a card that
I've seen a whole lot of play since their nerf. It used to be 6 mana, now it's at 7. It's still technically kind of good value, and it allows you to, you know, make plays where you can sort of store up your mana for a long time, like just like play a ton of minions all at once to make a really, really big push out of nowhere. Whereas otherwise, like, if you go up to 10 mana and then start playing minions, those minions are gonna like cross toward your opponent's side of the field. It's harder to like get a really large push together, but Armored Escorts allow that to happen a little bit better.
Yeah.
Video Gamer has banned Volko. So no Firebolt spam this time.
Yeah, it's another good ban against Darion, because Volka's just a really consistent master, especially against a lot of these later game strategies.
Yep, it is pretty good.
Are you spectating Darion or Gamer?
Oh, I'll spectate gamer.
Okay.
Oops, that's not the spectate button. Okay, there we go. All right. And right away they got into the game. So we're going to see how they do in this first game. Stormbringer versus Ratbow. Like immediately Darion goes to his very well-known Red Golem deck.
It's tried and true.
But that said, this Crossbow Guild Stormbringers tends to be pretty good against Red Golem. It's hard for Red Golem to deal with a bunch of little crossbow dudes pecking away at him.
Yeah, we'll put out the crossbow guild pretty quickly just so we can start getting that value out of it.
Yeah. And let's see, Darion doesn't seem to have a whole lot. He does have a fireball to try and deal with this crossbow guild from afar. Also...
Oh wow, there's a lot of cards quickly.
Yeah, Darion had a lot of mana saved up. He sort of played them all to... He's crossed the Plasma Marines did a good job clearing that. These video gamers sort of playing this cleaver as a tank just to sort of protect these crossbow dudes. Yeah, it looks like they did a pretty good job. The crossbow dudes are gonna kill that dragon whelp.
Rappo is really good at stopping cleavers from hitting him though, especially once he has a couple cheap cards there.
Video gamer sort of misaiming his Wheel of Doom there. I don't think he wanted to hit his Crystal Archer, but ends up barely nicking her anyway.
Darion does throw out the fireball this time, but he misses the top crossbow guild.
Yeah, that's not really good for him. It's gonna be... He's definitely behind on tempo now that he sort of wasted that 4 mana. And he definitely wants to keep ahead in experience here. That's gonna be like his big deal here. Is he wants to stay ahead in experience, sort of try and force the opponent to kill him fast enough to activate Red Golem. But if Video Gamer can like sort of stay even in experience until he hits like perk 2, then like the extra range on these little crossbow dudes is gonna make it really, really difficult for Darion to get anything done.
Yeah, it makes them a really annoying card once they get that. And Darion's 50 HP away from that Red Golem range.
Oh, Daka! It tried to go on that cleaver, but instead a crossbow dude that was marching across top lane took the hit instead. So really, really good for Video Gamer to have that happen. And yeah, now perk 2 is here. Another fresh crossbow guild.
And Darion plays out the Blood Imps, which will put him in range for the Red Golem.
Yeah,
but it's gonna have a hard time with all these crossbow dudes.
Video Gamer tried to reboomer to kill the Blood Imp's top lane in order to deal a lot of like quick damage to Darion. Unfortunately, only one survived to get hit by the reboomer.
Really solid Magma Storm.
Magma Storm did a really good job dealing with this Red Golem. It looks like these crossbow dudes and the archers can pretty much take out the rest of the Red Golem by themselves.
Out of the way.
He does play a cleaver though, just to make sure.
The Dako and the illusionary cleaver though. And Darion's just saving his mana right now to build up for the Red Golem. But he has to be careful, the cleaver is going to... There he goes. He plays the stint to stop the cleaver. He is really low on HP.
Is not playing his crossbow guild yet. I think maybe he's waiting for the Red Golem to be played and then is going to play the crossbow guild against it. That's my guess anyway. Maybe Video Gamer must be thinking like the only way I can lose at this point is Darion plays the Red Golem in the opposite lane of the crossbow guild and somehow makes a really good push.
Another Magma Storm is going to do some damage to the Red Golem. This one doesn't hit it quite as much, but it's already under half. It also hit Darion's face a bit, and Darion has to be careful.
Oh, the crossbow guild, but Daka kills it!
Oh, it's
That's
actually
really
such a
bad for
good
Video
Daka.
Gamer. He had plenty of stuff in his hand to try and block that too. It's just he needed to actually realize that was going to happen.
And that actually gives Darion enough time. He cycled back and he'll get another red golem out. And this one's going to be able to protect the healing puff. Possibly. Oh, the Stormbringer auto does finish.
Still going to be difficult. I mean, there is another Magma Storm that's available now for Video Gamer. He's got archers here. Darion just played his Fireball, so no way to deal with these archers at the moment.
But this red golem is pushing on Gamer's face, and Gamer's actually under 1,000 life. He's at 600. He's already low.
Good Screaming Scrat, though, to sort of draw things away just in time.
He's still taking so much damage,
very
though.
low. Yeah,
and he's actually in Fireball range now.
Yeah, this actually is now really, really bad for Video Gamer. It's just the tempo disadvantage from losing his Crossbow Guild to a Daka was just so bad for him. Fell just too far behind, and now I don't think Video Gamer has enough time.
Darion's just going to cycle across to his Fireball, and Gamer doesn't have a way to get the face damage, and there it is.
Wow, just that one mistake. It's just, you always, always, always need to keep in mind that the Daka is available. Anytime you play a single thing that's very expensive and very vulnerable, you need to be prepared to play something else to soak the Daka right in front. And if you fail to do that even a single time, you saw just what happened. Just Video Gamer doesn't have enough stuff anymore to defend himself.
Yeah. That one misplay is all it takes when you're playing in these games that are so high level.
Okay, so
The lobby did mess up, so it'll be just a moment getting into the next game.
yeah, okay. Nope, oh, they're going right now.
Oh, they already fixed it.
Unless, like, Darion's not in this game or something.
I think they fixed it already.
Okay,
Let the fun begin.
so Video Gamer now switching to Mordar.
And speaking of bugs, there's another spectate bug.
Again?
Yeah.
I'm not getting any of them, so
Honestly, I'm taking them for you. So that you don't have to.
Yeah, thanks for taking all these bullets, I guess. Video Gamer kind of with an awkward hand. Has had a lot of, like, really expensive stuff. This cleaver is not going to get a whole lot done, as you can see. I'm surprised he didn't just fireball the Dragon Whelp and the Mana Puff here.
Instead, he saved for the Colossus.
Yeah, it's just, he's falling really far behind on both health and
Oh,
damage.
Darion is going to take a big hit of damage here from the Blood Imps on the Colossus.
I mean, he's got to go basically straight to Red Golem range because of this Colossus.
Really just getting ready for it.
I'm not sure he minds that in any way.
I think he really wants that, actually, because it lets him get ahead of it this time.
He did that on purpose for sure.
Oh, yeah.
The question is that really going to be good for him? Because Video Gamer does have Harbinger in his deck, and that's really, really good at being able to deal with this Red Golem if he can lock onto it.
It's going to be a real cleaver so that he can... He's trying to let the cleaver die so he can get the res off of it. But the thing is, it's not going to hit the Red Golem after the res.
I mean...
It might now.
Exactly. The problem here is that, sure, you res the 6-mana minion, but if it's just gonna dive straight into your Red Golem again, that's not worth 6 mana, so actually not as good as, like, playing a Harbinger or something.
In the meantime, he has a Dragon Whelp and a Warrior on his face, and he's taking a lot of damage again.
This is already looking really horrible for him. Like, he might just
he's
die
actually,
to this Dragon
he's
Whelp.
dead now. He's dead. The Fireball's coming in. The cleaver res was really, really unfortunate. It just didn't do anything.
I mean, it's just, man. just his deck was just too clunky in order to deal with that.
Didn't really have efficient answers for the red golem. He had the Harbinger, which he never got out.
So now, Video Gamer just down to what? Milloween?
Yeah. His last deck is the Milloween, which might do a little bit better against the red golem, but
It's gonna be tough for Darion to activate his red golem against this deck,
Give me those
for
viewers.
sure.
yeah.
There's really not anything in it that does a lot of
Let's
like
prevent
single
and
big
learn
hits.
by dying method. So let's use
So
your
that might
style.
give Video Gamer time to get a mana advantage. If there's a Bridge Shrine here. But already a bit of tempo disadvantage because he had to play these 4 mana shielded crossbow dudes, which don't do a whole lot by themselves.
Yeah.
He's gonna tank a bit of damage from this warrior. He just played his
Let's fight things out.
armored escorts. You can see like the little purple helmet cycling around his master.
Yep. His next range unit is going to have those 2 Crystal Sentries with it.
And his of a Zhao Long. We'll see if he uses it right now to try and defend himself against this.
He's going to let most of this hit face before he does. That
Alright.
way they don't lose HP unnecessarily.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good play for him then.
Protects the
defend his
Zhao
Zhao.
from the stun.
Just these shielded crossbow dudes just struggling to get anything done. It just definitely doesn't seem worth the 4 mana in most cases. And again,
Especially
Video
against
Gamer-
the deck with as much of a small swarm as this, it'd be better against something with Harbinger because you can obviously block a lot of hit, but... And there's
Yeah.
another Armored Escorts.
Video Gamer just, I mean, the red
He's-
golem just seems like a non-factor against Video Gamer. Just Darion's winning even without the red golem at this point.
Yeah, he's just not getting low enough to activate it. And I mean, Gamer's already down to 1200 life. And he doesn't have any of the healing cards. He doesn't even have like the healing puff that a couple of players brought. So it's not looking good for him.
I mean, even if he had it, like Darion just has such good control over the bridges that he would not allow a healing puff to live for very long.
Not at all. And there's the red golem range for Darion. Not that he's needed it up to this point, but
Yeah, I mean, he might not even want to play it.
he might not.
Doing just fine without it. I mean, and Video Gamer honestly like has like pretty good defensive tools against a red golem. A lot of range in this deck. The arcane golems tend to be pretty good at dealing a lot of damage to red golems as they approach.
You know, he does play
But
it.
Darion plays it anyway.
And Gamer has the Armored Escorts queued up again.
Arcane Missile's face. He's gonna try and kill him here. We'll see
He
how well
knows
this
that he's
works.
under a lot of pressure and he needs to get the damage out. But
That fireball looks
Darion's
like it's
just not going to let these hit his face. They're not going to make it.
Meanwhile, Video Game is just trying to stall this red golem, but he's got like no mana in his hand now. He used all his resources trying to get the kill on top lane. It just didn't work.
And this golem's going to go down quickly in the top lane. And the red golem getting a little distracted. He keeps playing small units to keep it away from his face, but it's still making it, and it's still got a lot of health.
Yeah, you can play shielded crossbow dudes. That's going to stall for a bit of time here.
And there's a second one.
So it looks like he is just going to barely survive this red golem. Darion has played a second one. That said, Darion is very low on health.
He is
So
down to
this gives Video
550.
Gamer basically one more chance to try and break through here.
If he gets one solid push with the golem, he can still win. The arcane golem.
Okay,
that
he needs to
is.
cycle to Shock Rock fast. Oh, he's not playing the Shock Rock, it's his healing puff. finally he does,
He
but
gets
it
it out.
got a lot of health in the meantime.
This red golem is dying in the bottom lane though. It's getting hit by these ranged units in the Zhao.
Out of the
But
way.
it doesn't matter. Darion just has another one up in the top lane already.
Yeah, the
And at this
window.
point, the escorts in Gamer's hand is just, it's a dead card.
Yeah, there's no way he can find enough time to save up 7 mana for it.
And you can see the healing puffs just completely put Darion out of range for Gamer too.
Yeah, the window that Video Gamer had to maybe get a kill looks like it's closed here. And it
Does
doesn't
block
look
the
like he has
Daka,
any
but this
now.
is it.
Blue is victor!
And Video Gamer loses without a red golem even hitting him once, I think. Just all the pressure from all the other units combined was enough to take him down. So,
Yeah.
Darion, in very signature fashion here, goes 3-0 with his most well-known deck and goes to the finals to face off against Cat. So, we'll see if Cat is going to be able to show us just how it's done, how to beat this red golem, or maybe Cat's just going to ban it. But we'll see. We're going to take a quick break and play some highlights. So we'll be back soon with the finals, Cat versus Darion.
You can't play more into it.
Well, you
Especially
knew
if that
Cat had the
Guardian.
fireball from the last game. So it seems to just be a huge misplay to put that Dragon Wealth down. Cat cheekily taking out that Reboomer with it. Wait, no! They know about Blitz and it isn't targeted on the Reboomer!
You see what you mean about Netherbad? It just decided to want to do its own thing.
That's
Now
what-
looking towards
Another-
part 3, unfortunately,
Another
it's not gonna
shield
help,
that's
though.
sniper scrats.
Has to deal with his Dragon Wealth, though.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, that's gonna get rid of all the shields.
Okay, now in a lot of trouble here.
Yep.
He's gonna have to try and somehow defend this red golem that's actually starting to hit his face.
Well, there you go. 300 DPS between Fire Imp and the Enraged Dragons.
Hedgehog getting to reload now though, so future jumps might get more dangerous here for things.
They use Margro once again, push away the Defenso.
Answering those lightless dragons effortlessly.
Fortunately, the Plasma Marines aren't going to split. There's going to be Setsu going straight to face.
Yeah, once again, but getting sniped by those raged snipers.
Yeah, that ranged cleaver over there.
Yeah. And they're both just waiting for that 10 mana before playing anything.
That's right, it's the most exciting part of the
And-
game.
Eke being very cautious given James's deck. Doesn't want to be a burst down from 3,000 to 0 in the first minute.
There's the Brutes as well. Everything
Yeah.
was dropped in the bottom lane, there's nothing to stop it. They connect
Letting
to
that
face.
Reaper face to face.
They both connect twice so far. Cleaver
Yeah.
looking for a third hit, and he'll get
And
it.
gets it.
Eke already down to 1,500 health, not even a minute into the match.
Yeah. And that's gonna tank for a while.
No, here
But
comes
needs
another
some
Brute.
support here.
Double Cleaver on the field, but gonna lose one of them. Meanwhile, Rammer got to the face, got a hit off. Brings Eke down to 1,300.
And Eke's getting very close to perk 3. Once that happens, getting a cleaver to face is gonna be fairly difficult as it'll get stunned.
There's that Daka just immediately sending Setsu home. I don't want to see you right now.
And Eke in a lot of trouble here. There's a lot of scratch on his face.
Oh, we might just see
And-
the reverse in an instant, just like that.
Eke down to 350 health. That is not where you want to be against James's deck.
No, not at all. The next time the Brutes come out, that's just 2 hits from a Rammer. You're done.
Yeah.
But now,
Ooh.
the trigger
Oh, that's gonna be close. Oh,
does
doesn't
not
get
get
it.
off. This is a problem.
Without killing.
This is a big problem.
He's gonna wait for the roots, it seems.
I don't
No.
know if he's gonna live that long.
No.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Well, he
no.
technically lived long enough, but you know.
Yeah. Evolca finishing
Yeah,
up.
he now has the. He didn't have the combo in hand before, but now he does with that shock rock. So
Yeah.
with the options he had, that actually makes a lot more sense.
Ooh.
What? Greywolf with suddenly getting mind reading abilities.
He was sitting
How
there
did he
waiting.
know?
I was like, Greywolf. I guess because he was saving. I was just
Oh
like,
no,
that's
he
pretty
didn't do
confident.
it right. He played the Ravenous Swarmers first, so they don't get buffed, and now they're just two regular wolves.
And he just, oh no!
Yeah,
and the black
I mean,
hole, like the most important card against this Divine Warrior thing.
Vanderbilt just sort of getting ruined over and over by these tricky plays.
I feel like he didn't need to daggerfall those plasmas. I'm pretty sure that the it would have just gone down there anyways.
Oh no!
Interesting choice to Wheel of Doom that.
That was just all sorts of bad. I don't think Andy even needed to do that. I think the Annihilator handled it. Instead, he just basically killed the Annihilator for no reason.
It doesn't look like he needs to, and more sniper strats coming down.
Yeah, they're going to. Ooh, with the Bannerman, that'll save them from the Stormbringer.
Yeah.
At least a little bit.
From Morgul coming down, pushing the living statue closer to base, but not being an issue.
Oh, there's the shielded flightless dragons as well.
Yeah, this is looking pretty scary for Hedgehog. This is a lot of damage coming in.
Oh, gonna go for the sniper squad instead of that,
That-
170 DPS on the face.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Shock Rocket's not gonna.
Nah,
Nope.
and he's just dead.
Splitting them anyways against Divine Warrior Fire Him. So he doesn't get it's harder to get the healing fireball on both of them. Maybe he's just going for that heavier value.
Alright.
Okay, he does split them this time. One of them gets the
Only one of them got the Howling Moon bug. That is so bizarre.
Yeah, that's so odd. And it looks like he's holding this off so well. Divine Warrior Fire It, man.
All right.
All right. So welcome back. This is now the finals of KPC 30. If you're just tuning in, I'm Rush Second, and with me is Apples.
Aloha.
So, all the matches we played today, the group stages, all the rest of the top 8s lead up to this. Cat versus Darion. Cat just sort of storming through in his usual fashion, just either using Volko or King Puff to just get does his cat thing basically.
He's Cat. He plays the game in that way that Cat plays the game. He's just really good. He knows how to get advantages and he knows how to keep them.
It's just the decks he's using, just like it's hard to find a weakness in them that you can exploit. It seems like there's always like sort of an opportunity for someone to mess up when playing against him, whereas he just like doesn't really have many of those moments where it's like, oh, he messed up. Like his most valuable units in his decks is often just his Divine Warrior or his Scrat Tank. It's like you can't really misplay those and lose them somehow because they're invincible most of the time.
Yeah, they're really strong cards. On the other side, though, we have Darion, who played really methodically. We just saw him play that red golem deck that he's known for, and
yeah,
man, you just see how well he plays that. He's so used to it. He's played it for so long. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes with it.
Yeah, so far his key decks has been his Mordar and his Ratbow. Ratbow, he's just played that kind of deck, that red golem deck for so long that he just knows everything about it, how people have been trying to counter it. and what to do against that. He's just like the ultimate expert in dealing with red golem decks. And it's really showing here, just like dominating Video Gamer in his last match.
Yeah, really convincing 3-0.
So.
And we have our first ban. Cat gets rid of Darion's Volko. And Darion gets rid of Cat's Volko.
So no Volkos on either side. Both of them saying that Volko is the master they're scared of most. I mean, in this meta where they both have a lot of like ways to defend themselves against minions that are incoming through various counters, they don't want to deal with that firebolts that just do 60 damage as long as you just have a bridge. So both players don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Cat has to find a way to deal with that red golem deck. And we'll see if he manages to win where everyone else has fallen, because basically no one else has come up with a good satisfactory answer other than to just ban it.
Yeah, it should be really interesting to see how he plays around the red golem.
So here we go into the first game here.
This is Minion Masters.
And yeah, basically just as expected, Darion comes out swinging at this red golem deck and just immediately plays a bunch of cards to try and take these bridges. He's up a much stiffer resistance this time, since these flightless dragons are very good at taking back the bridges.
Really good at taking back bridges and just kind of being an annoying card for a lot of things, because there's 3 of them and they do so much damage.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, like, even once Darion gets to a position where he can start playing his red golems, he needs to watch out for, like, Cat, like, bridge swapping it to stun it and then playing flightless dragons. Because that red golem will drop really, really fast against 150 damage per second from all those dragons combined.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that works. He'll also have to be really on top of it with a fireball, because Cat's going to try to stall out that red golem when it gets up with Divine Warrior and then play like Fire Imp behind it and just do a lot of damage. Obviously, once he gets King Puff perk 2 though, and he can roll for shields, it might be a lot harder for Darion to deal with.
Looks like Darion's sort of probably taking this damage mostly on purpose to try and get closer to red golems. Playing Blood Ups as well, so he's getting much closer. Just almost in range already of red golem. Just a bit more, and we'll see if he starts playing them out. Although I feel like Cat's just a good enough player, and there's enough tools that Cat has that maybe finally we'll get a situation where Cat can deal with the red golems reliably and effectively enough that he can just hold on forever against them. Alright, unless Cat does anything, it looks like King Puff hitting these Blood Imps top lane will put Darion in red golem range.
Yeah, we'll set him up for the first red golem.
Alright, so this is a pretty good position for Cat, thankfully. He's got the bottom bridge. And he managed to play a Scrat Tank top lane simultaneously. He might set him up for a good push. Like, if Cat just like plays a bunch of stuff behind the Scrat Tank right now, it might be hard for Darion to defend. But
I wouldn't be too surprised to see him wait on his mana, though. He has the Divine Warrior in hand to work on this red golem. And we'll see that played pretty quick. And there's the dragon on the ground, and they're just going to do so much damage.
Look at that, Divine Warrior plus Flightless Dragons. The red golem just stands no chance. And that's what like everyone's been missing up until now against Darion, is just some sort of huge damage combo. And I mentioned that this King Puff deck is sort of like Cat's Swiss Army knife of counters.
And these drone buzzers are still on his face, and they're doing so much damage. He's already, with the imps out, he's literally, oh, it's over.
He's just dead?
He's actually dead.
Signature deck just gone in like just over 3 minutes. Cat just doesn't care. He's just this deck can handle anything.
Oh man.
And like, I mean, and I know these players are just so good at like keeping their cool after losing games, but if that doesn't shake Darion's confidence, I don't know what will. Just his signature deck, the one he's by far the best with, just losing that convincingly against Cat is just it's gonna be tough to come back from for sure.
Absolutely. Really showcasing the power there too in the bridge swap for the stun and just Divine Warrior in general, right? Like it just completely stopped the red golem from moving, and then the the flightless dragons just melted it, and it never even stood a chance. It didn't make it across the bridge.
Yeah, and I've been feeling like there's been like times where in the past where like for these high damage minions like golems and living statue and troubadour were seen like kind of well, not really often, but here and there you would see them played, and they worked out pretty well. And I just feel like they all vanished off the face of the map ever since Flightless Dragons was buffed to 3 dragons, because just having that 150 damage option against these like mega tanks, they're not mega tanks anymore. They just melt into nothing instantly.
Yeah, they don't last long at all. Really interested to see what Darion switches to as we load into this next game.
Alright, so it's Mordor now. We'll have to see how this goes. This is one of the decks I theorized could maybe beat this King Puff, just like sort of beating it at the value game. Just by getting like lots of pretty good reses over and over and over. And maybe the King Puff can't keep up.
Might get a lot of value out of the reses.
Pretty good fireball, though. Darion's low on mana. He has his defensive chopper in his hand. He needs to play them soon in order to deal with these dragon whelps. Okay, he does get it in time.
And he also gets the tombstone out. And with nothing on the field but the defensive chopper, so far, it does look like he'll get a decent res this time around too.
Yeah. Let's see what he plays. Top lane, maybe the Succubus to deal with all these. Yeah. Oh, he plays it bot lane still though. Okay. That actually makes more sense because now he's got these 2 minions sort of synergizing together to take bot lane.
The defensive chopper actually pushed the Whirly Scrat,
Yeah.
which pushed the Divine and made it hit the Succubus.
Well, it made it hit the Blastmancer was getting hit too.
Sorry. Yeah.
A nice fireball taking out everything so the Defenso can take that top bridge. Darion maybe not playing. Oh, okay. Cat actually doing him a favor there. I think Cat would have been better to like let the Xiaolong go face and get rezzed by the Tombstone, because now Darion has an opportunity to res something much more impactful.
I'm definitely going to get a higher mana res than that Xiaolong now.
Got a Drone Walker. Not bad.
And Cat hits perk too. Again, can't stress enough how much of an important point that is for this KP list.
But if there's a master that's able to keep up at perk 2, Mordor is definitely one of them. Because once he gets his perk 2 as well, it's going to be tombstones for days. And it looks like he might get this Cleaver res, which is going to be pretty big for him.
He gets it just in time.
Now he's another tombstone out, and he can like maybe play a Succubus to back up this Cleaver, although they get separated by a nice swap.
And this Cleaver is going to die quickly this time. It won't be res. But the Succubus in the top lane off the res is going to deal with this drone buzzer. And now...
So, yeah, Darion keeping up pretty well. And the fact that he's keeping up now is really, really good for him, because Cat's perk 3 for King Puff is like, as far as board control is concerned, it's his weakest point. It doesn't like, really affect anything. It just gives your master a defensive shield, whereas Darion's gonna get Frenzy off of his Tombstone reses. So it's gonna be really tough for Cat to hold on at that point, because that's when the value from Mordor definitely starts overtaking King Puffs.
There's going to be another Drone Walker res.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad.
Not a bad card, but it is going to get... Oh, he plays the Cleaver here. And you can see there's the shields on the Flightless Dragons, and they just don't care about that Cleaver at all.
That's the problem with Cleaver, is just there's opportunities like that where it's just Cleaver just doesn't do anything at all. And now, Cat has the opportunity to try and get this Zhao Long rezzed, and it does.
That's a good good fireball to deal with Cat's minions.
Let's see if Cat, again, okay. Again, I feel like Cat played that Blastmancer a bit too early, that he wanted to let that Zhao Long res. Okay, this time the Cleaver does something pretty good. It kills that Blastmancer in one hit. But now it's a...
The bridge swap is going to make the Flightless Dragons clear that Cleaver really quick.
It's so difficult to deal with.
They do go down to the Whirly strat though.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's very true that Whirly Scratch is really good at dealing with those Flightless Dragons. Another Cleaver res, and it's Frenzy
this one's for the Frenzy.
This is a pretty dangerous card for Cat to deal with. He does have, like, these shielded cards. Yeah, that's
good
gonna
answers,
deal
though.
with Cleaver. It just... You constantly need to have answers in order to deal with the Cleaver over and over. And this time he's just sort of wasting 6 mana, just saying, haha, I spend 6 mana to get Cleaver res.
Got rid of that one spear
really
thrower.
That good? He's trying to get through with this Cleaver. It might get 1 hit on the Scrat Tank. Yeah, it does. Very nice fireball, though. Take out 2 fire imps that had built up. And, I mean, Darion's sort of... the problem is, like, Darion's keeping up in value, but he wanted it to be the other way around, where Cat was the one struggling to keep up in value with him. You can see Cat's still holding on.
The thing is, Cat's also ahead in XP, though, by a good amount at this point.
It's just these Cat's ability to just, like, say no on my bridges by just swapping and playing Flightless Dragons is just too much for Darion to deal with. He just... And this Cleaver, which is supposed to be like his, like...
It's a really important card for him. And
hard to deal with. Just Cat's dealing with it so effortlessly because he's got all of these shield and little minions that can easily take the hits from it. Like, even these Frenzied Cleavers aren't doing a whole lot, although this one, he's forced to play the Divine Warrior to deal with it.
Does play the Divine Warrior to deal with it, but...
This is the most danger Cat's been all game here. And it's still not enough.
It's just... And there's the bridge swap, he's gonna play the Fire Imp again, and you're just gonna see how quickly they die.
Yep, and then...
And he reses the Illusionary Cleaver. He actually misplays and reses the Illusionary Cleaver there.
That might seal the game just by itself. I mean, Darion is already basically losing. I mean, even with his per 3, these Frenzied cards...
Cat is 5 mana away from Mana Frenzy as well, and that's... I don't think Darion can hold it together through the 30 XP he needs.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Mordar's attack is admittedly really, really good at dealing with Mana Frenzy, but, like, Darion doesn't really have a whole lot else that can, like, hold out against, like, infinite minions. Maybe if he manages to get, like, a Succubus or 2 in safe positions where they can just constantly attack, maybe he can make something happen. But already this, like, Frenzied Warrior is on him.
Unfortunately, it also, Cat being in Mana Frenzy kind of forces Darion to play things a little bit less carefully, and he ends up getting 2 reses on the Zhao back-to-back. Not the worst thing, but he's not going to get the big value reses because he has to answer these cards from Cat, and he just can't keep up with the pace of Mana Frenzy.
Yeah, he can't hold on to the Succubus that's gonna die. I think he just can't hold on. I think this top lane push with these 2 Scrat Tanks, yeah. He's not gonna be able to get them off him in time.
You're just
And
chipping
he's
away.
playing tombstones just to try and defend. That's already a sign that your Mordor is not going to win if they're resorting to that. Although
does
it
get the
does
Whirly
work
strat
pretty
res.
well in that case.
But at this point, he's at 130 life, and he's just like 6 Blastmancer pops away.
Yeah, the Blastmancers might end him here. There's one. Maybe the Blastmaster himself? No. It's just, yeah, basically a race to see, like, which minion's gonna do in Darion here. Okay, and yeah, each one does 20 damage, so 3 more Blastmaster blasts, and it's over. Although it looks like
not
this
gonna be
warrior
that even. They're gonna
might do it.
Another tombstone has a wall, but it's just not going to do it.
Darion just tried to hold out as long as he could, but not quite. I think, I mean, these decks that he's playing against are getting the closest. And honestly, looking at Darion's red golem deck, it does have a fireball, and so does this one. What might need to happen is just like try and predict where the flightless dragons are going to go to stop your big push. Like, I mean, Cat's that's like holding off these pushes with ease by doing a swap and then the dragon whelps. And maybe if you can make a play like you see the dragon whelps being played on the bridge, and even before the swap comes out, you fireball the other bridge, and hopefully Cat swaps his whelps into the fireball.
Yeah, the only really big problem with that though is that after King Puff perk 2, there's the chance to get the shields on the dragons, and even if he deals with the dragons, he still has to deal with the Divine Warrior Fire Imp combo, which Cat uses so well.
Yeah. Alright, well, now we're seeing Darion Setsu for the first time in this top 8. And we'll see what he sees in this deck, because Setsu, not a master many are bringing to this tournament. This is a good opportunity to play Lone Wolf, and he does. I'm surprised he didn't... Well, I guess he didn't need to deal with his Blastmancer. I mean, a Blastmancer hitting him in the face isn't that big a deal.
Yeah, it's not going to do that much damage. He does go for the aggressive jump right off the bat just to try to get some early damage in.
Well, he's achieving that goal, for sure. Got about 500 damage on Cat. If he could keep doing that, like, 6 more times, then he'll win. Alright, he's also got a Propeller Horde in this deck, although maybe not the best against what Cat's doing. Cat has, of course, Illusory Cleaver. And he's probably going to play it soon to deal with these.
He doesn't actually have it in his hand, but he does have Blastmancer, which he might play. Yeah.
Although he does take a bit of damage, like, in the delay that he had to take to play it.
Yeah. And this Lone Wolf top is closing in, but Cat has Divine Warrior in his hand, and he'll probably play it to tank that up.
Yeah, but he can't take that.
The Setsu doesn't aggro to it, though, so he is going to take some more damage.
Wow, the Shock Rock might mean that, yeah, the Divine Warrior goes down. The Werewolf on phase 2. Cat took quite a bit of damage. This
takes
isn't
a lot
working.
of damage there.
Like, it's not, like, doing so much damage that Cat's, like, dying already, but at this rate, Cat's gonna die before he hits Mana Frenzy.
He does have to be careful, though, because once Cat hits perk 3, he will have the invulnerability from the bridge when he holds it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tougher to do with that case. Let's see. Plays a real Cleaver top lane along with all this other stuff.
It's a pretty good push. The Morgirl does clear the shield in time for the Cleaver to hit.
Wow, and then the Illusory Cleaver Cat tried to play wasn't, like, got hit by Daggerfall right as...
And here's another Setsu jump. He does have the reload from his perk 2 at this point, so he can reload and actually get a lot more damage quicker.
Yeah, using that Shock Rock to get more damage, and just Cat is sort of helpless.
And Cat has to...
he can deal with all the minions coming in with his Divine Warrior, but then the Setsu jump lands elsewhere and goes face.
It's also forcing him to answer a lot, and he's not getting the opportunity to take the bridges as much. He's falling behind in experience a little. And once Darion hits perk 3, that's going to be a lot of burn damage, or a lot of just straight face damage with a jump.
Maybe this is just like the hidden counter to defense to Divine Warrior in general. It's just Setsu jumping face in a way that you can't block both sources of incoming damage.
And here's another jump.
Oh, but this time it's going.
This time he uses it to clear
down
the
bridge.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign when he feels like he has to do that, because that's just like one way to end this game. But maybe he's thinking, if I just use this for bridge control, then I can get to perk 3 faster, and then I can start going face again and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does let him get that perk 3.
Now.
And these drone busters are shielded, which is going to be really annoying for Darion to deal with.
Yeah, he's gonna have to try and keep some of his minions alive long enough to make a good cohesive push, but this Blast Master's making it difficult by clearing out all this little small stuff that he played. Now here's Lone Wolf. He's got Propeller Horde that he can play as well, which he does.
He gets it while the Blast Dancer's aggro to the Wolf.
Illusory Cleaver comes out in front
Cleaver though. And that's shielded buzzers again. And the bridge swap's going to keep them alive and stop him from taking the bridge.
And it's all just gonna go straight to a Divine Warrior.
And meanwhile, Darion's taking a lot of damage. Setsu's not home and has no way to defend himself other than this Shao.
Man, that bridge swap was just crucial for stopping that push, like combining things in ways that allows him, Cat, to just finish everything off with both Divine Warrior and his Fire Imp. And this Fire Imp's still alive.
Darion's taking so much damage from this Fire Imp.
Darion's down to critical HP. This could be it.
And the Blastmancer is going to do so much damage.
Yeah, just Cat.
That stun shot just doesn't bother the Scrap Tank at all because the lid was closed.
Yeah, it's immune to stun too while it's closed. And now, out of desperation, Darion's going face with Cat trying to do something while he's holding the bot lane bridge, but no, these buzzers are gonna kill him.
And that's game.
That's it. Cat with just the God King Puff deck, just looking unbeatable.
Oh man, it looked for a minute like Darion had the strategy to take it down, but once he had to start using the jump to clear minions and control bridges, Cat was able to get right back into it. That King Puff
maybe
perk
there's
3.
a way to just like, just like, use the AI in ways to like try and bunch up your minions together as they defend. Like maybe if he just like took damage on his master on purpose to like play a cleaver that's gonna get like delayed for like 12 seconds, cleaning up little minions, just to like build up more mana so that he can make a bigger push to sort of try and break through. But it was always going to be really, really difficult. Anyways,
he didn't really get the
congratulations
opportunity.
to Cat, who has won King Puff Cup 30. And he wins the prize of AMD Vega 56 graphics card. Darion, our runner-up, gets a $100 series code. And the rest of the players, let's see, I believe Video Gamer and Mefisto get $50, and our quarter finalists, Zenyu, Greywolf, Kelgaroth, and JF all get $25. So very well played to all of them. Very good showing. Seeing them, we had a very, very nice time casting the top 8. I did anyway.
It was a really it's mutual. It was a really good experience. Really fun games to watch too. You know, really good competition. Everybody played really well today.
It just, man, we're just all collectively as a community gonna have to take some time after this tournament to find out what do we do against this King Puff. Is it time to beg for nerfs, or is there actually a way? We'll have to see.
Somebody might have something hidden away. If so, it might be
Anyways.
time to bring it out.
Let's see. Oh, we're going to Cat's gonna do an interview, yeah. So let's see if I can. Is there a way to do the? There we go. Hello, Cat.
Hello, hello.
Very nice performance you put on today. Getting through both the semifinals and finals 3-0.
Thank you.
I mean, that King Puff deck just looks monstrous, and like I'm just wondering if you had any insight into like your experiences practicing with that deck, and what you think about it.
Well, I think it's the first time I bring Blast Monster to a serious tournament. Haven't really played him much in solos, but more in duos. The deck is more, what can I say, is strong to fight on the ground. I don't have that much anti-air, so it would be a problem to, you know, take down Harbingers or Empowered Soul Stealers. So it's more focused on ground fighting and get as much value there as I can.
Well, it definitely did a great job against all the opponents you faced. Is there specific decks or times where you felt like you definitely had a chance of losing? What do you think?
And I thought I would lose to Darion's Mortar deck, just because he had Defenso, Whirly, and what else?
Well, it just
Did
seemed
he
like
have
that
a
deck was
Fire
just.
Imp in that deck? I don't know. Maybe
No, he did not
didn't have it.
actually, and I think that was a
Okay.
big advantage is that your Fire Imp was just went uncontested for most of that game and was able to deal with whatever he could put out.
I mean, as long as I keep the Fire Imp protected, it does a good job in killing his minions.
Yeah,
But he
it's
had a good
crazy.
removal to all of my minions in the Defenso and the Whirly. So, but I could use the bridge swap to stun the Whirly and take it down before it gets back on.
Yeah, you had really good bridge swaps all throughout your matches. So really like just picking apart everything your opponent was trying to do with that one little 0 mana spell.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, maybe it should cost 1 mana. It's pretty strong.
So Apples, did you have any questions?
Honestly, I don't think I have any really big questions off the top of my head. I'm just still a little shocked, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect the clean 3-0 sweep in both the semifinals and the finals. But the KP list was so strong.
Yeah, even I agreed with the Blastmancer include as well, just because like in cases where both players were going to Mana Frenzy, the Blastmancer is just such a big advantage at that late game stage.
It's very good at defending too. I was thinking that if I play Propeller Hordes with shields, I would need a Blast Monster. But it's also useful against a lot of other stuff. You know, Ratbo that kind of counters the Master alone. With my decks, I had a mindset to bring a little bit of everything. I had a Volko to pressure the opponents. And the rest is control decks, more
Yeah,
or less.
I'd mentioned that it was so hard going against you because like both your Volko and King Puff were just so good, and you in the top 8 you can't ban both of them, so it's gonna be tough. So any other things you want to say?
Well played to Darion. I watched some of his games on to the final, and no, he did a good job.
All
and
right.
to you casters as well.
Yeah, thanks very
Thank you.
much. And we'll thank our sponsors, of course, Steel Series and Beta Dwarf, for making this game possible, as well as our admins, Salbai and Jules, who did a lot of the background work for this tournament, and Smashi as well for hosting the tournament, hosting the casting. Well, streaming. That's the word I was thinking of.
Doing the streaming, yeah.
And thank you all, of course, viewers, for tuning in to watch. And we'll see you again for the next one.